Imagine a foundational narrative of human civilization that inexplicably omits nearly 2 decades from the earthly existence of its central figure. The canonical accounts, known as the Gospels, which meticulously chronicle a wealth of intricate information concerning miracles, sermons, betrayals, and ultimately resurrection, are profoundly reticent about an extensive chronological void spanning the years between Jesus' formative childhood and the inauguration of his public mission. This silence is so unequivocally absolute that it appears to evince a deliberate design, as though the very act of inscription was consciously suspended, or as if recollection itself was intentionally obscured from the historical record. The New Testament presents merely a pair of fleeting episodes from his early life. Initially, there are the accounts of his miraculous birth, where celestial beings and humble pastoralists proclaim the arrival of the child. Then, a distinct and memorable snapshot emerges when, at the age of 12, Jesus manifests within the hallowed confines of the Jerusalem temple, articulating profound insights that utterly astound the learned religious authorities. Subsequent to this captivating scene, the chronological thread abruptly unravels, leaving an inexplicable void. The next subsequent portrayal of his person depicts him approaching his 3rd decade of existence, poised beside the sacred waters of the River Jordan, prepared for immersion by the prophetic figure of John the Baptist. A span of 18 years, almost 2 full decades of immortal existence, simply disappears without a trace into an unfathomable chasm of unrecorded time. For any historical personality of even modest prominence, such an extensive lacuna in biographical data would undoubtedly command considerable attention and scholarly inquiry. However, when considering Jesus, whose life is widely believed to have fundamentally reoriented the trajectory of human history and culture, this absence of information transcends mere academic interest. It resonates with an unsettling, almost spectral quality. One is compelled to ask how such a crucial period of maturation, the transition from youthful adolescence to full adulthood, could be so conspicuously absent from the historical chronicles. Could it be that no contemporary observer retained any recollection of this era, or was there simply no scribe inclined to document these formative experiences? Alternatively, might narratives have once existed, only to subsequently vanish, either through accidental destruction or deliberate concealment? A segment of academic interpreters posits that this absence of detail stems from pragmatic considerations, suggesting that the evangelists consciously determined that these years held no direct bearing on their theological objectives, which primarily focused on the public ministry, sacrificial death, and triumphant resurrection. The lacuna, however, does not convey the impression of an accidental oversight. Rather, it evokes the disquieting sensation of a crucial leaf deliberately excised from an ancient codex, its contents forever denied to inquisitive eyes. The profound significance inherent in such an extended period of human development, encompassing the cultivation of inner being, the acquisition of intellectual understanding, and the refinement of moral fortitude, renders their non-existence in the scriptural record profoundly impactful, almost suffocating in its implications. They exist metaphorically as a sealed antechamber within a well-known edifice, its portal perpetually discernible, yet eternally inaccessible to investigation. One might ponder the myriad experiences and challenges that would have unfolded during this epoch, spanning the critical transition from youthful adolescence to mature adulthood, Jesus would undoubtedly have confronted the universal trials of self-discovery, familial obligations, and societal duties. He might have toiled alongside his earthly father, Joseph, within the confines of their humble carpentry workshop, meticulously crafting resilient yokes for oxen or sturdy tables for households from the fragrant timbers of cedar and olive wood. He could have traversed the sun-baked, undulating terrain of Galilee, observing with keen perception the cyclical cadences of agricultural life, from the planting of seeds to the gathering of bountiful harvests, thereby assimilating profound wisdom from the natural world, no less than from the teachings of his fellow human beings. He may have engaged in diligent scholarly pursuits within the local synagogue, assiduously committing to memory the sacred texts of the Torah, and grappling intellectually and spiritually with the profound and often challenging pronouncements of the prophetic scriptures. Yet, the authorized evangelical accounts remain utterly silent regarding these potential experiences, and so, the human faculty of imagination naturally endeavors to populate this narrative vacuum. At the precise juncture where documented history ceases, mythological narratives invariably begin to germinate and flourish within that very silence. Individuals across generations have assiduously cultivated narratives concerning extensive voyages to far-flung lands, clandestine tutelage under esoteric masters, and concealed spiritual insights. Over the course of many centuries, an intricate tapestry of oral and written traditions expanded organically, much like tenacious climbing vines, meticulously fabricating detailed narratives designed to span the significant chronological chasm bequeathed by the biblical texts. Some conceived of Jesus dwelling in the austere solitude of the desert wilderness, absorbing profound esoteric knowledge from reclusive ascetic communities, such as the Essenes, renowned for their spiritual disciplines. Others postulated his presence within the ancient dominion of the pharaohs, drawing upon the venerable and enduring cultural heritage of Egypt, a civilization steeped in millennia of accumulated wisdom. Still other, more adventurous, accounts projected his travels even further eastward, traversing formidable mountain ranges and expansive river systems, deep into the spiritual epicenters of India or even more distant Asian realms, where he could have engaged with enlightened spiritual masters representing profoundly distinct religious traditions. The dearth of concrete historical data thus becomes an exceptionally conducive environment for imaginative conjecture, and such conjecture, when iterated and internalized over an extended period, eventually crystallizes into a distinct form of accepted lore or tradition. During the epoch of medieval Europe, wandering minstrels and storytellers propagated narratives depicting Jesus embarking on journeys alongside itinerant merchants, hinting at worldly experiences. Within the secluded valleys nestled amidst the majestic Himalayan peaks, indigenous folklore recounted the existence of a revered spiritual personality whose profound ethical and spiritual doctrines bore striking resemblances to those attributed to Jesus Christ. On the ancient Isle of Britain, mythic accounts emerged concerning a youthful figure who journeyed in the company of Joseph of Arimathea to the fabled and often mist-shrouded coastal regions of Glastonbury, a place steeped in mystical lore. Despite their disparate origins and often conflicting details, these diverse narratives uniformly convey a singular, unsettling awareness that a crucial segment of the sacred biography remains inexplicably absent. This profound lacuna extends beyond mere chronological or historical discontinuity. It resonates with a deeper, more fundamental question concerning the very nature of human existence and memory. It prompts a profound inquiry into the vast extent of any individual's lived experience that ultimately remains undocumented and forgotten. To what degree do our personal narratives, our formative chapters, similarly recede into an uncommunicated silence, recalled solely by our own fleeting consciousness? The unaccounted for years of Jesus' life thus serve as a poignant reflection of the innumerable unrecorded periods within the broader human experience. This includes the unquantifiable multitude of individual existences that pass entirely without inscription in the annals of history. It also encompasses the unarticulated, internal periods of profound personal maturation that mold our beings in dimensions that transcend the capacity of any historical chronicler to fully apprehend or record. Nonetheless, the profound reticence enveloping Jesus' missing years suggests something far more deliberate than mere historical oversight or common human forgetfulness. It carries the distinct impression of being meticulously curated, purposefully enacted, and conceivably imbued with an inherent spiritual sanctity. The nascent Christian communities meticulously compiled and disseminated their foundational evangelical narratives, exercising discerning judgment in choosing and safeguarding only those elements they considered indispensable to their spiritual message. The fact that they consciously allowed this extensive chronological void to persist, unaltered, strongly implies a deliberate editorial decision, a choice whose profound implications resonate undiminished through the successive epochs of history. Conceivably, these absent years were perceived as overly prosaic or unremarkable for inclusion within sacred scripture, perhaps filled with the quotidian routines of daily life rather than divine revelation. Alternatively, they might have encompassed experiences deemed excessively intricate, potentially hazardous, or perhaps too intricately interwoven with external philosophical or religious traditions to be safely incorporated into the emerging Christian narrative. Or perhaps the very absence of narrative was intended to impart a profound spiritual lesson. That divine unveiling is invariably preceded by a period of profound readiness. That public service is born from an antecedent phase of enigmatic development, an extended period of patient anticipation, a sequestered season of internal growth, akin to a chrysalis wherein an extraordinary yet unseen transformation quietly unfolds. Envision this 18-year temporal expanse as an ethereal twilight thoroughfare, extending interminably into the hazy distance, just beyond the grasp of clear perception. Upon this elusive trajectory, the imprints of passage are barely discernible, partially obliterated by the ceaseless erosion of both atmospheric currents and the relentless march of time. One can almost perceive their echoes diminishing into the boundless expanse, a poignant auditory metaphor for the profound metamorphosis of the precocious youth who once captivated religious scholars into the formidable individual destined to profoundly impact entire civilizations. The profound quietude characterizing this unrecorded period is far from a mere vacuum of information. It resonates with a subtle, persistent vibration, akin to a finely tensioned musical string, emitting profound significance that tantalizingly hovers at the periphery of our comprehension. These elusive, unrecorded years represent the very portal to an enduring and profound enigma. They serve as a potent reminder that the grand narratives of history, much like the sacred texts of Scripture, frequently disclose their most profound truths, not only through their explicit declarations, but equally through the eloquent silences and intentional omissions they contain. Consequently, our interpretive journey commences not from a position of irrefutable certitude, but rather from the pervasive and resonant stillness of this narrative void. A profound quietude that has persisted uninterrupted for 2 millennia, beckoning us to draw nearer, to attune our sensibilities to the unspoken implications and latent meanings that reside within the interstices of the recorded narrative. The canonical Gospels are widely regarded as among the most meticulously safeguarded biographical accounts ever transmitted across historical epochs. They profoundly influence the spiritual convictions of billions worldwide, their stories recapitulated within the hallowed confines of majestic stone cathedrals, murmured reverently in countless devotional supplications, immortalized through vibrant fresco artistry, and disseminated to the farthest reaches of the globe. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the extensive particularity they furnish, they remain demonstrably incomplete. Upon engaging with these sacred texts and tracing the chronological progression of Jesus' life, one inevitably encounters a profound narrative chasm, necessitating an abrupt, imaginative leap. On one precipice of this narrative abyss stands a remarkably insightful child, brimming with an extraordinary, even premature sagacity, while on the opposing bank, a fully matured man is depicted, accompanied by his devoted followers, embarking on his public mission. The essential connective link, the metaphorical bridge spanning these 2 disparate phases of his existence, is conspicuously absent. Specifically, at the tender age of 12, the evangelical accounts situate him within the hallowed city of Jerusalem. The youthful figure remains within the sacred precincts of the temple, engaging in profound discourse with the venerable religious scholars, utterly captivating and confounding them with the depth of his intellectual and spiritual comprehension. This scene offers a poignant depiction of nascent genius, a burgeoning intellectual and spiritual capacity yet to reach its full fruition, a magnificent potential still awaiting its ultimate manifestation. And then, with startling abruptness, the narrative curtain descends. The subsequent scriptural passage then propels the reader forward across an extensive chronological chasm, spanning almost 2 full decades. Jesus is no longer presented as a youth, but rather as an adult of approximately 30 years, departing from the unassuming rural settlement of Nazareth to undergo immersion in the waters of the Jordan River. Within this intervening expanse lies an absolute void of information. No articulated utterance, no imparted instruction, no discernible action or progression is recorded within the sacred parchment. This profound narrative lacuna has consistently posed an intellectual and spiritual quandary for both devout adherents and diligent historical scholars. Within the trajectory of typical human development, this particular period would invariably represent the epoch of most profound personal metamorphosis. The tender individual transitions into full adulthood. Youthful naivete gradually yields to seasoned maturity. Social bonds are forged and, at times, dissolved. Vocational skills are acquired, and one's distinct sense of self is indelibly shaped. To omit such a critical developmental phase from the biographical account of any individual would undoubtedly render that narrative profoundly deficient. However, When considering the life story of the figure revered as the Messiah, this omission assumes a truly monumental significance, akin to the deliberate removal of pivotal chapters from a literary work just prior to its dramatic culmination. The evangelical texts themselves furnish no explicit rationale for this significant lacuna. They navigate this extensive void with an almost serene indifference, offering no narrative justification or apology, as if the very absence of detail were inherently sufficient and self-explanatory. Certain exegetical scholars contend that this narrative approach accurately mirrors the original intent of the Gospel authors. Their primary objective was not to construct a comprehensive biographical account, but rather to compose theological narratives specifically designed to herald Jesus as the Christ, thereby fulfilling a spiritual imperative rather than merely satiating historical inquisitiveness. Within such a theological paradigm, the undocumented years of Jesus' life were considered inconsequential to the overarching message. The pivotal events were perceived as his miraculous deeds, his sacrificial death, and his triumphant resurrection. All other aspects of his earthly existence could permissibly remain unchronicled. Nevertheless, it is frequently the unarticulated narratives, the very omissions, that resonate with the greatest communicative power. The deliberate exclusion of information invariably stimulates the human faculty of imagination. What underlying rationale dictated the preservation of this narrative void? Could it be that these years were deemed excessively commonplace to warrant inscription, perhaps primarily occupied by the mundane toil and physical exertions of a carpenter's workshop, marked by the presence of wood shavings and honest perspiration? Conversely, might these unrecorded experiences have contained elements considered excessively unorthodox, potentially unsettling, or simply too anomalous to be safely integrated into the canonical account? During the ensuing centuries, devout adherents developed an insatiable yearning for further details concerning this enigmatic period. Venerable early ecclesiastical leaders, authors of non-canonical texts, and itinerant oral narrators alike, endeavored to ameliorate this pervasive narrative quietude. Certain traditional narratives asserted that Jesus remained exclusively within the geographical confines of Galilee, leading an unassuming existence until the commencement of his public ministry. Still other, more audacious accounts projected his travels into remote desert landscapes and across vast oceanic expanses, thereby facilitating his encounter with profound philosophical or spiritual insights originating from distant foreign lands. Every such narrative effort served not merely to populate the chronological vacuum, but also to address a more fundamental, probing inquiry. What precisely accounted for Jesus' singular distinctiveness? From what source did his profound understanding emanate? By what means did he command such compelling rhetorical power? And how did his illustrative parables seem to reverberate with the intellectual and spiritual resonances of civilizations far removed from the immediate context of Judea? The unwritten sections of the evangelical narratives effectively transformed into a reflective surface. Successive generations, upon contemplating this narrative void, invariably perceived their own contemporary anxieties and aspirations reflected therein, consequently molding emergent legends to align with their collective apprehensions, their fervent aspirations, and their persistent yearning for comprehensive elucidation. For those inclined towards mystical interpretation, this chronological lacuna intimated a period of clandestine spiritual initiation, an extensive duration of esoteric spiritual tutelage conducted beyond the purview of conventional historical scrutiny. Conversely, for skeptical observers, this narrative blank hinted at a process of mythopoeia, whereby an unremarkable early life was subsequently embellished and transfigured through the cumulative power of narrative construction. For individuals occupying a more intermediate philosophical position, it persisted as an enduring enigma, a profound puzzle that stimulated contemplative awe rather than demanding definitive resolution. One is drawn to conceptualize these absent years as a type of clandestine manuscript, a text that was once meticulously inscribed but has subsequently been expunged from the historical record. Conceivably, ancient scrolls containing these narratives once existed, their delicate parchments having succumbed to the inexorable decay of time, disintegrating into ephemeral dust. Alternatively, these recollections might have persisted for a period within the fluid currents of oral tradition, only to be ultimately muted and effaced by the relentless passage of countless generations. Perhaps ancient manuscripts once existed, delicate vellum, susceptible to the ravages of time and ultimately dissolving into forgotten particles. Perhaps recollections might have persisted within the vibrant tapestry of oral storytelling, only to be gradually muted and ultimately extinguished by the relentless march of epochs. Or perhaps, and this notion is arguably the most disquieting, the profound absence was, in fact, an intentional act. Far from being a mere void or an unfortunate omission, it functioned as a deliberate concealment, a carefully drawn curtain. This chosen reticence was designed to safeguard profound insights or sacred knowledge, deemed unsuitable for disclosure until a more opportune moment. One might envision the canonical Gospels as venerable manuscripts, regrettably incomplete, with crucial folios conspicuously absent from their binding. As these ancient texts are reverently handled, a palpable void manifests between the delicate sheets of vellum, an emptiness so profound it rivals the very presence of the inscribed narrative. The complete chronicle seems to hover tantalizingly close, yet perpetually out of grasp. This inherent ambiguity compels the reader to ponder whether the omitted passages were ever committed to writing, or if, perhaps, the very quietude itself constitutes the profound message intended for posterity. In this intriguing manner, the Gospels present humanity with an intriguing paradox. They boldly declare profound spiritual insights and divine unveiling, yet simultaneously exercise a perplexing reticence regarding specific biographical minutiae. While illuminating timeless, transcendent principles, they conspicuously omit any account of the Savior's formative earthly existence, particularly the span of his early adulthood. These sacred narratives introduce us intimately to a pivotal figure, a redeemer, yet deliberately obscure the developmental journey, the very path he traversed to evolve into the personage he ultimately became. Within the expanse of those unwritten leaves resides a peculiar duality, evoking both a profound sense of intellectual exasperation and an undeniable, compelling allure. As one contemplates these matters in the quietude of evening, the profound reticence embedded within the gospel narratives serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of silence and reflection in our lives. Reminder that historical chronicles are rarely, if ever, entirely complete or seamless. Rather, history is frequently a mosaic, meticulously assembled from disparate fragments, interconnected by narrative strands that are, more often than not, frustratingly incomplete or entirely absent. These significant lacunae, these unwritten intervals, should not be perceived as errors or oversights. On the contrary, they function as compelling invitations. They subtly encourage us to engage our powers of imagination, to attune our perceptions and listen with greater discernment, and ultimately, to embrace the profound understanding that an intrinsic element of truth itself resides within the realm of the enigmatic. As one settles into the tranquility of the night, it is illuminating to conceptualize those 18 undocumented years as an extended narrative caesura within a grander tale. This profound quietude, akin to a deliberate hush, serves to exquisitely prepare the listener's faculties for the momentous events destined to unfold. Much like a held breath anticipating a melodic overture, or the profound stillness preceding the first faint glimmer of dawn, the very absence of sound, the quietude itself, functions as a compelling and essential overture. It is conceivable that this deliberate omission explains why the Gospel accounts refrained from chronicling those specific years. Perhaps their intention was to compel us to draw nearer, to perceive intuitively that beyond the apparent void of those unwritten pages lay not an absolute emptiness, but rather a profound totality. This totality encompassed the gradual, concealed metamorphosis of the individual destined to profoundly reshape the trajectory of human civilization. As the established canonical Gospels conclude their narrative, leaving a significant temporal void, a chorus of distinct voices begins to resonate from the peripheral annals of historical discourse. These comprise the apocryphal texts, a collection of writings deliberately excluded from the officially sanctioned scriptural canon. They were at times summarily rejected as heretical doctrines, yet paradoxically revered in clandestine circles and frequently consigned to oblivion amidst the accumulated dust within monastic archives. These texts represent scattered remnants of collective memory, subtle murmurs of divergent theological traditions, and attenuated reverberations of existences that transpired beyond the prescribed confines of religious orthodoxy. Within the pages of these unconventional narratives, the profound quietude surrounding Jesus' undocumented formative years gradually transforms, beginning to resonate with an intriguing symphony of potential revelations. Preeminent among these early apocryphal narratives is the infancy Gospel of Thomas, a distinct work not to be mistaken for the more widely recognized Gospel of Thomas, which scholars generally date to approximately the 2nd century. This particular text endeavors to provide a narrative continuum, effectively bridging the significant chronological chasm between the 12-year-old Jesus encountered in the temple and the adult figure who later presented himself to John the Baptist at the River Jordan. Within its various accounts, the youthful Jesus is depicted as far more than merely an exceptionally intelligent or advanced child. He is portrayed as possessing formidable supernatural power. Examples include his miraculous ability to fashion avian creatures from mere clay and imbue them with the gift of flight, his swift retribution against those who incurred his displeasure, and subsequently, his capacity to restore those individuals whom he had previously afflicted. These compelling narratives are characterized by their peculiar and occasionally disquieting nature, collectively crafting a compelling image of a child simultaneously endowed with divine attributes and possessing a potentially perilous temperament. Despite its definitive exclusion from the authoritative canon of Scripture, This particular text nonetheless offers a profoundly revealing insight. It underscores the fact that, even in the nascent centuries of Christianity, adherents found the extensive silence surrounding Jesus' early life deeply discomforting and ultimately unbearable. A profound longing compelled them to ascertain the contents of those unrecorded years, prompting them to populate this void with narratives that frequently blurred the distinctions between genuine miraculous occurrences and imaginative mythical embellishments. Another intriguing, albeit largely vanished, source is the Gospel of the Hebrews. Although extant only through a scattering of quotations, it provides a captivating, though fragmentary, insight. These preserved fragments, meticulously cited by venerable early church fathers, appear to depict Jesus articulating profound insights, emphasizing a considerable accumulation of wisdom, extensive travels embarked upon, and the acquisition of esoteric knowledge that extended well beyond the constricted narrative boundaries of the canonical Gospels. Certain resonant echoes within these fragments further intimate a discernible influence from Jewish mystical traditions and even distinct Eastern philosophical tenets, creating the impression that the original author may have been privy to faint illusions of Jesus' sojourns extending far beyond the geographical confines of Judea. Subsequently, one encounters the renowned Gospel of Thomas, a distinctive compilation of aphorisms and pronouncements ascribed to Jesus, which came to light during its excavation in 1945 close to Nag Hammadi in Egypt. This particular text conspicuously lacks any discernible narrative structure, accounts of miraculous deeds, or descriptions of the crucifixion. Instead, it consists solely of profound utterances, each characterized by its pithy, often enigmatic nature. Nevertheless, a segment of these sayings possesses an archaic, more primordial quality, appearing to predate the more refined and elaborate parables found in the Gospels of Matthew or Luke. These profound declarations allude to esoteric understanding, articulating the concept of the divine kingdom as an immanent reality, both residing within and encompassing all existence, and positing self-realization as the quintessential route to enlightenment. One is prompted to inquire whether these profound pronouncements reverberate with doctrines assimilated during Jesus' unrecorded years, or whether they signify a distinct, parallel tradition of early Christian remembrance, representing an alternative current within the nascent faith. Academics and theologians engage in incessant scholarly discourse concerning these questions, yet the profound enigma persists, stubbornly resisting definitive resolution. The expansive trajectory of the apocryphal literary tradition extended far beyond the confines of merely gospel narratives. Indeed, the nascent centuries of the Christian era witnessed the proliferation of scores of diverse writings. Among these were noteworthy texts such as the Gospel of Mary, the Acts of Thomas, the Gospel of the Ebionites, and numerous other significant works. Certain of these narratives depicted Jesus within contexts markedly distinct from those presented in the canonical accounts. Still others provided subtle allusions to journeys undertaken by him that extended considerably beyond the geographical boundaries of Palestine. For instance, within the Acts of Thomas, a compelling narrative recounts the Apostle Thomas's purported journey to the distant lands of India, where he is depicted disseminating doctrines that bear a striking, almost uncanny, resemblance to the teachings of his own spiritual mentor. This intriguing account prompts profound speculation. Might it represent a vestige of an even more ancient tradition, suggesting that Jesus himself, during his undocumented years, had already ventured eastward planting conceptual seeds that his devoted disciple would subsequently cultivate. Remarkably, even within the venerable Jewish and Islamic theological traditions, the conspicuous silence maintained by the canonical Gospels regarding Jesus' formative years did not remain unaddressed or unexamined. Certain medieval Jewish texts occasionally engaged in speculative narratives concerning Jesus' early life, sometimes depicting him as an earnest student of esoteric mystical disciplines, and at other times, controversially, as a heterodox figure who had ventured excessively into domains of prescribed knowledge. Conversely, within Islamic tradition, the Quran itself provides fascinating glimpses of a youthful Jesus, portraying him as miraculously speaking from his infancy in the cradle and performing divine signs even during his tender childhood. Narratives that bear a striking resemblance to apocryphal accounts that had disseminated across diverse cultures and historical periods. Despite their disparate origins and often conflicting narratives, all these diverse writings exhibit a remarkably consistent and intriguing characteristic. Their very existence is predicated upon the fundamental human impulse to populate a void, for the profound silence itself necessitated a response. The extensive unwritten expanse within the canonical Gospels acted as an irresistible magnetic force, attracting a profusion of legends, philosophical conjectures, and imaginative aspirations. Consequently, every distinct religious community, finding the narrative lacuna intolerable, meticulously crafted its unique interpretative framework, its own rich tapestry of stories, to effectively conceal this perceived emptiness. Nevertheless, if one approaches these apocryphal texts not as strictly factual historical records, but rather as profound insights into collective human longing, they acquire a remarkably profound revelatory quality. They unmistakably demonstrate that from the very dawn of Christianity, adherents were profoundly preoccupied and emotionally stirred by the persistent inquiry into Jesus' unrecorded formative years. It was inconceivable to them that the individual who later articulated such profound and universally applicable wisdom could have spent his youth in mundane anonymity. They intuitively perceived that the extensive narrative silence must necessarily obscure a more significant developmental period, encompassing extensive travels, rigorous intellectual pursuits, and profound spiritual epiphanies, all of which served to prepare him for the unparalleled trajectory that lay before him. Envision a devoted scribe, illuminated by the undulating glow of a monastic lamp, his quill meticulously inscribing characters upon the delicate surface of parchment. His inscription reads, "This is not a chronicle of verifiable history, but rather an articulation of profound human yearning." His chosen words represent a fervent endeavor to capture the elusive essence of shadows, to imbue the pervasive silence with a tangible form. Though he possesses no empirical evidence regarding Jesus' precise peregrinations, he is empowered to envision them, and through this very act of creative imagination, he bequeaths to future generations a profound testament, not to factual occurrences, but to the enduring human imperative to populate existential lacunae. The collective body of apocryphal texts persists, akin to scattered musical notations from a long unheard melody. They are inherently fragmentary, frequently exhibiting narrative inconsistencies, and occasionally striking an altogether dissonant chord. Nonetheless, they serve as a powerful and enduring reminder that a void of silence is never truly devoid. Narratives, both grand and intimate, invariably surge forth to occupy this space, bearing with them the resonant echoes of unrecorded journeys. Irrespective of whether these reverberations represent verifiable historical fact or merely the gentle murmurings of legendary lore, they continue to reach us across the vast expanse of time, as ephemeral and subtle as the fading cadence of footsteps receding down a lengthy passageway. During the contemplative quietude of evening, these various apocryphal fragments serve to impress upon us the notion that the grand tapestry of history itself is frequently woven from subtle intimations and hushed accounts. They underscore the profound truth that what is deliberately omitted or inadvertently excluded from official records can possess as much, if not more, revelatory power than that which is explicitly documented. And furthermore, they affirm that even within the profound obscurity cast by the unwritten chapters of the canonical Gospels, a chorus of voices continues to subtly resonate, persistently inviting us to ponder the precise whereabouts and activities of Jesus during those enigmatic 18 hidden years. From the multitude of hypotheses that have emerged to address the profound narrative silence surrounding Jesus' undocumented years, a singular proposition maintains an exceptional degree of tenacity: the assertion that he may have spent a considerable period in association with the Essenes. This enigmatic Jewish religious community established its existence amidst the arid wildernesses adjacent to the Dead Sea. Their remarkably ascetic existence was etched into the very fabric of their environment, manifesting in dwellings excavated from stone cliffs and the meticulous preservation of sacred texts within hermetically sealed scroll jars. For certain observers, they embodied an extreme zealotry, driven by an unwavering preoccupation with ceremonial cleanliness. Conversely, others perceived them as profound mystics, entrusted with the custodianship of esoteric truths deemed too delicate and profound for the comprehension of the conventional populace. To this present day, the Essenes largely persist as an unresolved historical conundrum. Our understanding of their practices and beliefs is primarily derived from the testimonies of venerable ancient chroniclers such as Josephus, Philo, and Pliny the Elder, supplemented more recently by the invaluable insights gleaned from the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were unearthed within the Qumran caves during the mid-20th century. These ancient scrolls vividly portray a distinct community that intentionally segregated itself from mainstream society, vehemently condemning the perceived corruption of the Jerusalem temple establishment, eagerly anticipating an eschatological culmination of the world, and adhering to rigorous ascetic disciplines, including regular ritual ablutions and the solemn observance of communal sacred repasts. Their extensive literary output is replete with vivid apocalyptic imagery, depicting profound cosmic struggles between the forces of divine light and impenetrable darkness, specifically referencing the sons of righteousness and the sons of evil. Their entire existence was structured around an intense conviction that the world was perpetually poised on the precipice of a momentous divine unveiling. Within the profound and austere quietude of this desert environment, certain imaginative conjectures posit the presence of a youthful Jesus, traversing the hallowed grounds alongside these devout individuals. The striking similarities between Essene practices and later Christian traditions are undeniably compelling. Notably, the Essenes observed a ritual of purification through immersion or baptism performed in flowing water, a practice bearing a remarkable resemblance to John the Baptist's iconic ritual in the River Jordan. Furthermore, they participated in communal repasts involving bread and wine, elements that would subsequently acquire profound cosmic significance within the evolving framework of Christian liturgical practice. Their prophecies also alluded to the advent of a teacher of righteousness, an authoritative figure destined to shepherd the devout through the tumultuous period of the eschatological final days. This prophetic figure presents a strikingly, almost eerily, analogous resemblance to the pivotal role that Jesus Christ himself would ultimately assume. The vast desert landscape, characterized by its profound stillness and limitless, uninterrupted horizons, inherently functions as an environment uniquely conducive to profound spiritual metamorphosis. Its austere conditions systematically divest individuals of worldly comforts and extraneous distractions, thereby exposing the bare essence of their spiritual and physical being. Therefore, if Jesus' quest involved seeking profound solitude, or if he was in pursuit of mentors who epitomized an uncompromising and fervent devotion, then the secluded caves of Qumran would have presented an environment almost unparalleled in its suitability, leaving only spirit and bone. If Jesus sought solitude, if he sought teachers who lived in radical devotion, there were few places more suited than the caves of Qumran. It was in these secluded caverns, nestled amidst the stark, arid landscape, that the Essenes, a Jewish ascetic sect, pursued a life of profound spiritual discipline and communal piety, far removed from the bustling cities and the perceived corruptions of mainstream society. Some scholars even suggest that John the Baptist himself was shaped by Essenian influence. His fervent wilderness cry, a powerful call for repentance and preparation, resonated deeply with their apocalyptic urgency, their belief in an impending divine judgment, and the necessity of moral purification. If John had roots there, might not Jesus have walked the same path? And yet there is no proof. The canonical Gospels, the primary historical records of Jesus' life, do not mention the Essenes by name, though they mention Pharisees and Sadducees often. This absence is particularly noteworthy, given the significant religious landscape of the time. Perhaps the silence itself is telling, an absence that hides a connection too close or too uncomfortable to acknowledge. The early Christian community might have found it inconvenient to highlight any potential Essene origins for their Messiah, fearing it could dilute his unique divine authority or associate him with a group considered marginal. Or perhaps it is only coincidence that their teachings resonate so deeply with what would later emerge in Jesus' ministry. The possibility remains tantalizing, a historical enigma that continues to captivate the imagination. Imagine him in the white robes of the sect, a symbol of their commitment to purity, immersed in ritual baths beneath desert cliffs, a daily practice of spiritual cleansing. Picture him reciting hymns under starlit skies, his voice joining the chorus of devoted brethren, hearing the scrolls read by torchlight, absorbing ancient prophecies and esoteric interpretations. Imagine the discipline of their days, a structured rhythm designed for spiritual growth, sunrise prayers ushering in each new dawn, shared meals fostering communal bonds, long hours of study delving into sacred texts, and constant watchfulness for signs of the end, a pervasive sense of eschatological expectation. It is easy to see how such rhythms could leave their mark on a young seeker, imbuing him with a profound sense of purpose and inner strength. If Jesus did spend time among the Essenes, what he took from them may have been less doctrine than discipline. The profound silence they embraced, the unwavering focus on spiritual matters, the unblemished purity of purpose that characterized their existence. These were the enduring legacies. These qualities echo later in his ministry, not as strict rules, but as an inner strength, a clarity that allowed him to step outside tradition and speak with authority, challenging established norms with an unshakable conviction. Where others clung to ritual, adhering rigidly to external forms, he transformed it, imbuing it with deeper spiritual meaning and an emphasis on the internal disposition of the heart. Where others waited for the end, passively anticipating a future apocalypse, he proclaimed a kingdom already breaking into the present, a spiritual reality accessible here and now. The Essenes believed themselves guardians of a secret covenant, a chosen remnant preserved for the last days, secluded and awaiting divine intervention. In Jesus, some see that vision fulfilled, not in isolation, but in embrace, extending the promise of salvation to all. He stepped out of the desert and into the villages, carrying with him perhaps the fire of Essene devotion, that intense spiritual fervor, but reshaping it into boundless compassion, miraculous healing, and an open invitation to all humanity, regardless of their background or status. The thought that he may have walked among them is not just a historical curiosity, a mere academic speculation. It is a profound reminder that wisdom often grows in hidden places, in the quiet corners of the world, far from the clamor of public life. It suggests that the silence of the desert, like the silence of Scripture, can hold treasures invisible to those who pass too quickly, those who seek only superficial answers. Close your eyes and picture the caves of Qumran, their ancient mouths gaping from the rock face. The cliffs rise pale against a burning sky, bleached by the relentless desert sun. The Dead Sea lies in the distance, still as a mirror, its surface reflecting the vast expanse, heavy with salt, a testament to enduring geological forces. A young figure moves along the narrow paths, his gait purposeful, scrolls tucked under his arm, their fragile parchment holding ancient wisdom. His sandals are coated with dust, the fine powder of the desert clinging to every step. He pauses at the water's edge, a moment of contemplation before descending. He steps down into the cool flow, the invigorating embrace of the ritual bath, and rises dripping, cleansed and renewed, eyes closed in profound meditation, face lifted toward the sun, absorbing its life-giving warmth. No record captures the moment. No gospel preserves it in explicit detail. And yet, in the imagination of centuries, it lingers, a whisper of the Essenes, echoing through the silence of Jesus' lost years, a poignant suggestion of formative experiences. When the silence of Jesus' youth stretches before us, an unwritten chapter in the sacred narrative, one of the oldest traditions places his footsteps not in the familiar hills of Galilee, but upon the ancient banks of the Nile. Egypt, the venerable land of pharaohs and towering pyramids, had long been a place of refuge and significance for the children of Israel, a recurring motif in their historical saga. Abraham, the patriarch, had walked its deserts in search of sustenance. Joseph had risen to unparalleled power in its opulent courts, becoming a pivotal figure in the nation's survival. Moses, the great liberator, had led his people out from its bondage, forging their identity. And according to the Gospel of Matthew, Joseph and Mary once fled there with the infant Jesus, seeking safety from Herod's murderous wrath, a desperate flight into exile. If his earliest years brushed against the shadow of the Nile, might not his later unrecorded years have carried him back to that same storied land, drawn by its magnetic pull. Egypt in the 1st century was not merely a relic of its pharaonic past. It was a vibrant crossroads of wisdom, a melting pot of cultures and ideas. Alexandria, the magnificent city at the mouth of the Nile, shone as a beacon of learning, a cosmopolitan hub of intellectual inquiry. Its legendary libraries, though diminished from their mythical heights, still housed an astonishing collection of scrolls from Greece, Babylon, India, and beyond, preserving the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world. Jewish scholars gathered there as well, undertaking the monumental task of translating the Hebrew scriptures into Greek, a monumental undertaking that produced the Septuagint, making their sacred texts accessible to a wider Hellenistic audience. Philosophy, mysticism, medicine, astronomy, all these disciplines mingled and flourished in that vibrant urban center. If a young seeker longed for knowledge, for an expansive understanding of the universe, Alexandria was unequivocally a place where the world's wisdom converged, a veritable intellectual supernova. Tradition whispers that Jesus may have walked those majestic marble colonnades, his inquisitive mind absorbing the diverse intellectual currents, listening intently to the voices of renowned philosophers, hearing passionate debates echo in sun-drenched courtyards, watching priests of Isis and Osiris perform rituals steeped in centuries of mystery, observing the rich tapestry of ancient spiritual practices. The parallels between Egyptian wisdom and later Christian imagery are striking, indeed almost uncanny. Themes of death and resurrection, concepts of judgment and eternal life, the timeless triumph of light over darkness. These were profound themes woven deeply into Egyptian religion, integral to their cosmology and belief systems, long before they appeared in Christian sermons and theological treatises. To suggest direct influence is bold, venturing into speculative territory, but to deny resonance, the undeniable thematic echoes, is impossible, a disservice to historical and comparative religious study. There are also quieter traditions carried by the Coptic Christians in Egypt, who claim a direct lineage to the earliest Christian communities, that Jesus spent time among them. Some point to the profound monastic sayings and the austere desert spirituality that later flourished in Egypt as distant reflections of his hidden years along the Nile, a spiritual seed planted long ago. Others speak of secret schools of healing, where herbs, chants, and sacred oils were expertly used, echoes, perhaps, of the miraculous healing touch Jesus later displayed, suggesting a possible apprenticeship in ancient therapeutic practices. Imagine the young carpenter walking through the grand avenues of Alexandria, a bustling metropolis teeming with life, the Mediterranean wind tugging gently at his cloak, a subtle reminder of the vast world beyond. Ships from distant India and mighty Rome crowd the harbor, their diverse sails bright against the horizon, a kaleidoscope of maritime commerce. In the city's magnificent temples, fragrant incense curls upward to gods carved in stone, their imposing forms testament to ancient devotions. In its lecture halls, erudite scholars trace intricate diagrams of stars, unraveling celestial mysteries, and discuss the unseen harmony of the cosmos, pondering the fundamental order of existence. In the synagogue, Torah scrolls are read aloud in both Hebrew and Greek, voices carrying two venerable traditions into one, bridging cultural and linguistic divides. It is here, some believe, that Jesus might have absorbed the breadth of wisdom that later allowed him to speak across cultures, transcending societal barriers, bridging Jew and Gentile alike, a truly universal teacher. And yet, if such transformative journeys occurred, they left no discernible trace in the canonical record, the officially accepted narratives of his life, perhaps deliberately so. The early church may have been wary of connections that suggested its Savior drew wisdom from outside the covenant of Israel, from external sources, to link him with Egypt, a land often seen in Scripture as a place of exile and oppression, a symbol of bondage, would have been unsettling, potentially undermining his unique authority and divine origin. Better to leave the years unspoken, shrouded in mystery, than to suggest that the Messiah's light was kindled by foreign lamps, by non-Israelite wisdom traditions. Still, Egypt lingers in the imagination, an enduring possibility. The pyramids stood already ancient, their massive stones silent witnesses to civilizations long past, their enduring presence a testament to human endeavor and the passage of millennia. The Nile still swelled and ebbed with the timeless rhythm of the seasons, the lifeblood of the land. And in that land of shadows, wisdom was preserved like grain in a sealed granary, waiting patiently for those who sought it, for seekers with open minds and hungry hearts. Close your eyes and picture Jesus standing at twilight on the banks of the river, the day's heat slowly receding. The water glimmers with fading light, reflecting the deepening hues of the sky. Papyrus reeds sway gently in the breeze, their rustling a soft whisper, and the haunting call of distant birds drifts across the air, adding to the serene atmosphere. In the distance, temples rise against the horizon, their majestic forms etched against the twilight, their hieroglyphs carved with stories older than memory, narratives of gods and kings. A young man gazes across this ancient landscape, absorbing mysteries, learning truths that cannot be written in books, preparing for a mission that will one day reach beyond the confines of Galilee, touching the entire world. Whether history confirms it or not, the thought remains luminous, a beacon in the imagination, that the lost years of Jesus may have been spent walking among Egyptian shadows where the wisdom of many ages waited like a hidden seed, ready to bloom when the time was right, when his public ministry was destined to begin. If the imagination carries Jesus beyond Egypt, beyond the familiar confines of the Mediterranean world, it soon finds him following the great arteries of trade that bound the ancient world together. These were the legendary routes known collectively as the Silk Road, an immense and intricate network of pathways stretching from the shores of the Mediterranean through the vast expanse of Persia, across the formidable mountains of Central Asia, and deep into the heart of India and China. Along these arduous roads, caravans moved slowly but ceaselessly, a relentless flow of commerce, bearing precious silk, exotic spices, and glittering jewels. But they carried more than mere goods. They carried ideas, captivating stories, and diverse faiths, whispered from campfire to campfire like sparks leaping into the night, igniting new thoughts and beliefs. Some traditions, though lacking definitive historical corroboration, suggest that in his hidden years, Jesus may have walked these same roads, a seeker among merchants and mystics, absorbing the rich tapestry of human experience and spiritual insight. The allure of this possibility, the romantic notion of such a journey, is undeniably powerful. The Silk Road was less a single highway than a complex web of cultural intersections, a dynamic nexus where diverse civilizations met and exchanged, Along the caravan route, Greek philosophy, with its emphasis on reason and logic, might meet Hindu teaching, with its profound spiritual insights and intricate cosmology. Persian dualism, with its cosmic struggle between good and evil, might mingle with Buddhist meditation, a path to enlightenment through mindfulness and compassion. It was a vibrant corridor of exchange not only for the tangible wealth of nations, the material goods that fueled economies, but for the intangible wealth of thought, the profound intellectual and spiritual currents that shaped humanity. Legends from India speak faintly of a saintly figure known as Isa, said to have come from the West to study among them, absorbing their ancient wisdom. In the 19th century, a Russian traveler named Nicholas Notovich claimed to have discovered a manuscript in a Himalayan monastery describing the life of Saint Isa, a youth who departed from Israel and wandered into India where he learned from Brahmins and Buddhists before returning home. Scholars debate the authenticity of Notovich's tale, subjecting it to rigorous scrutiny, and most dismiss it as a fabrication or an embellishment. Yet the story continues to echo, resonating through popular culture and spiritual discourse, for it touches a deep longing to explain the universal quality of Jesus' wisdom, its timeless relevance and broad appeal across cultures. The parallels are indeed suggestive, inviting contemplation. Buddhist texts spoke of profound compassion, of detachment from worldly desire, of the imperative need to care for all living beings, a philosophy of universal benevolence. Hindu thought delved into the concept of unity, the divine spark within each soul, the intricate cycle of birth and rebirth, and the ultimate oneness of all existence. When one hears Jesus speak of the lilies of the field, their effortless beauty, or of the kingdom of God within, an internal spiritual reality, or of the meek inheriting the earth, a revolutionary reversal of worldly power. The resonance with Eastern wisdom seems to stir just beneath the surface, a subtle but persistent echo. Could these profound echoes be mere coincidence, accidental similarities in human spiritual aspiration, or might they reflect seeds planted during journeys along the Silk Road, formative experiences that shaped his unique perspective and universal message? Might these formative experiences, then, reflect influences assimilated during extensive travels along the ancient Silk Road? Envision the youthful Jesus navigating bustling throngs of merchants and pilgrims, his simple sandals caked with the dust accumulated over countless leagues. He is depicted traversing Damascus, with its vibrant marketplaces overflowing with exotic goods, and its air redolent with the rich aromas of saffron and frankincense. His journey continues through the expansive plains of Persia, where sacred fire temples cast an ethereal glow against the deepening twilight, their eternal flames meticulously tended by Zoroastrian priests who articulated profound philosophies concerning the perpetual interplay of light and darkness. He ascends arduous mountain passes where the atmosphere becomes rarefied, only to descend into verdant, fertile valleys pulsating with a symphony of colors and sounds. Each deliberate stride propels him deeper into territories where a pantheon of deities was venerated, yet where fundamental wisdom frequently converged upon a singular, profound realization that the divine essence is not remote or inaccessible, but intimately present, intrinsically interwoven into the very fabric of all existence. Within the convivial confines of roadside caravanserai, weary travelers found respite, and a melange of tongues converged. The eloquent cadences of Greek, the earthy tones of Aramaic, the ancient resonance of Sanskrit, and the distinct inflections of Chinese. Their voices ascended and receded, akin to the harmonious ebb and flow of distant ocean currents. A nascent boy from Galilee would undoubtedly have been perceived as an outsider in these cosmopolitan settings, yet perhaps not entirely unwelcomed, for the astute merchants valued compelling narratives as highly as precious silver, and venerable sages commanded deference wherever their wanderings led them. In these crucible-like environments of cultural fusion, it requires little imagination to conceive of a young man intently listening, profoundly absorbing, and subtly refining the intellectual and spiritual framework that would ultimately astound his own people. The Silk Road, moreover, transcends its literal function as a thoroughfare. It stands as a powerful emblem of profound global interconnectedness. No civilization existed in complete isolation, nor was any spiritual tradition immune to the subtle or overt influences of its geographical and cultural neighbors. The compelling notion that Jesus might have traversed these legendary routes serves in part as an acknowledgement that his profound teachings possess a scope far grander than the confines of Palestinian soil, suggesting that they are imbued with the ethos and spirit of multitudinous lands. Naturally, professional historians are quick to emphasize the stark absence of direct corroborating evidence. The canonical Gospels maintain an enigmatic silence regarding these purported journeys. Furthermore, the alleged ancient manuscripts that purport to detail the life of Isa remain subjects of intense scholarly contention. And yet, this very historical void paradoxically creates an expansive canvas upon which the human imagination is invited to wander freely. For within the profound stillness of those undocumented formative years, the captivating prospect of the Silk Road beckons with an allure akin to a half-recalled melody, distant, ethereal, yet strangely resonant and familiar. Close your eyes and allow your senses to awaken. Hear the persistent creak of massive caravan wheels, the soft, rhythmic padding of camels' hooves across shifting sands, and the low murmur of diverse languages subtly blending into a singular, ambient hum. Somewhere amidst this vibrant tapestry, perhaps, a young seeker walks with quiet purpose, his gaze fixed upon horizons that no canonical gospel ever deemed fit to record. His physical footsteps may have long since vanished into the annals of time, but the compelling idea persists that the profound wisdom emanating from Galilee could have been meticulously forged along the meandering, ancient pathways of the Silk Road, where the distinct cultures of East and West have, for millennia, converged in both profound silence and captivating narrative. Far beyond the arid expanse of Judea's deserts and the well-trodden caravan routes of Persia lies an ethereal realm enveloped in veils of mist and profound mountain silence. The majestic valleys of Kashmir, nestled majestically high within the formidable Himalayas, where pristine, snow-fed rivers intricately carve verdant valleys and towering pines ascend towards the heavens. Local legends continue to circulate, recounting the presence of a revered holy man who once walked these sacred grounds. Some inhabitants reverently refer to him as Isa, a designation that resonates with an uncanny similarity to the name Jesus. Others speak of an enigmatic prophet from the distant West who imparted profound teachings of boundless compassion, miraculously healed the infirm, and then vanished from their midst as mysteriously as he had first appeared. The precise genesis of this enduring tradition proves exceedingly challenging to ascertain. Some of the earliest faint whispers of this narrative emerge within the rich tapestry of oral tales meticulously preserved and transmitted by the villagers of Kashmir. Stories of an exceptionally wise teacher whose spiritual doctrines bore striking resemblances to those of the Christ figure revered in the Western world. By the 19th century, intrepid explorers and diligent missionaries operating within the region began to document these compelling tales, having heard them directly from the local populace. Nicholas Notovich, the very same traveler who famously asserted the discovery of the Life of Isa manuscript within a remote Ladakh monastery, also directed attention towards Kashmir as a plausible landscape where Jesus might once have trodden. Subsequent authors, encompassing both rigorous scholars and more speculative theorists, meticulously elaborated upon these initial claims, intricately weaving them into the pervasive and enduring theory positing the sojourn of Jesus in India. The very topographical essence of the valley itself appears to subtly conspire with the legend. Within the ancient labyrinthine lanes of Srinagar, there stands a revered shrine known as Rosabal. It is venerated by a segment of the local population as the ultimate resting place of a saint named Uz Asaf, a venerable teacher reputedly hailing from distant lands, whose biographical narrative bears a curiously compelling alignment with that of Jesus. Within its hallowed interior, a sarcophagus lies reverently draped in rich cloth, enveloped by an almost palpable silence. For some, it represents nothing more than the sepulchre of an anonymous ascetic. For others, however, it serves as tangible evidence that Jesus did not succumb on the cross, but rather journeyed eastward, ultimately living out his twilight years amidst the tranquil, verdant valleys of Kashmir. This particular theory remains undeniably controversial, largely dismissed by the majority of mainstream historians and passionately debated among theological scholars. For adherents of Christianity, it fundamentally challenges the central tenet of the resurrection. For Muslims, it intersects intriguingly with their own traditions that portray Jesus as a revered prophet who did not die but was instead miraculously ascended by God. For hardened skeptics, it is merely yet another captivating legend, born from the fertile ground of historical silence and profound human longing. Yet the sheer persistence of this narrative, meticulously whispered for centuries within these secluded mountain valleys, renders its complete dismissal a rather difficult proposition. If one were to temporarily set aside the contentious issues of ancient tombs and disputed relics, the conceptual framework of Jesus journeying to Kashmir during his undocumented years retains considerable symbolic weight. The region has, for millennia, served as a pivotal confluence of diverse cultures, where the ancient traditions of Hinduism, Buddhism, and subsequently Islam have harmoniously converged. To have traversed these lands would have been to stand at the very crossroads of ancient wisdoms. The profoundly serene landscapes, with their majestic snow-capped peaks mirrored flawlessly in tranquil, pristine lakes, would have offered an unparalleled solitude conducive to deep contemplation. Furthermore, the monasteries nestled precariously within remote mountain passes would have extended a welcoming embrace to any earnest seeker profoundly hungering for ultimate truth. Imagine Jesus walking beneath the towering, awe-inspiring Himalayan peaks, the air remarkably thin and bracingly crisp, while vibrant prayer flags flutter rhythmically in the brisk wind. Picture him seated alongside venerable monks in dimly lit, candlelit halls, intently listening to ancient chants that rise and fall with the mesmerizing cadence of ocean waves. Envision him absorbing profound insights from sagacious teachers who discoursed eloquently on principles of detachment, boundless compassion, and the eternal underlying unity of all sentient beings. The very rhythm of daily life here would have presented a stark contrast to the familiar vineyards and cultivated fields of Galilee. Yet, the fundamental lessons, principles of gentleness, profound simplicity, and inner peace would undoubtedly not have been foreign to the essence of his later, seminal teachings. Even if the narrative surrounding Kashmir proves to be more enduring legend than verifiable history, it nonetheless reflects a profound underlying truth. A recognition that Jesus' wisdom appears to transcend geographical boundaries. His profound words echo across a multitude of cultures, resonating with fundamental truths articulated in distant, secluded valleys just as powerfully as they did within the ancient synagogues of Judea. The indigenous people of Kashmir, perceiving unmistakable echoes of their own cherished traditions within the narratives of the Gospels, found it entirely natural to envision that he had, at some point, walked among their majestic mountains. In the quiet solemnity of reflective moments, Kashmir itself becomes an integral part of this profound mystery. Its pristine valleys, tenderly cradled between towering, snow-laden peaks, seem to represent an exquisitely fitting backdrop for those enigmatic, hidden years. It is a land where profound silence often reigns supreme, where the divine presence feels intimately close at hand, and where a wandering, enlightened teacher could pass through largely unnoticed, yet leave an indelible impression that continues to reverberate for countless centuries. Close your eyes and allow your mind to conjure an image of the valley at dusk. Fresh snow gleams faintly, ethereally on the distant, rugged ridges. A crystal-clear river flows serenely, perfectly reflecting the final, fading light of the setting sun. In a humble village, a solitary traveler finds repose, his spoken words gentle yet profoundly piercing, his very presence leaving behind a memory too enduring and significant to ever truly fade. Whether rooted in verifiable history or captivating legend, the valleys of Kashmir guard their enigmatic secret meticulously, holding within their profound silence the compelling possibility that Jesus once indeed walked there. His lost, undocumented years sheltered securely within the majestic shadow of the Himalayas. Among the more idiosyncratic traditions that have traversed centuries is the intriguing narrative asserting that Jesus, long before the commencement of his public ministry, embarked upon a journey not eastward, but rather westward, braving treacherous seas and tempestuous storms to the enigmatic, mist-shrouded islands of Britain. This compelling legend places him in the esteemed company of Joseph of Arimathea, his affluent relative and subsequent discreet benefactor. Joseph, as the tales recount, was a figure of considerable influence, a prominent merchant dealing in tin and other precious metals, commodities highly coveted throughout the ancient world. His extensive trade routes led him to the very periphery of the vast Roman Empire, specifically to Cornwall, a region where deep mines penetrated the earth and ships laden with valuable cargo set sail for the waiting harbors of Gaul and beyond. It is within these very narratives that a young boy named Jesus is said to have undertaken this remarkable voyage alongside Joseph. Together, they are imagined sailing along the rugged, dramatic coastlines, where imposing cliffs ascend sheerly from the tumultuous sea, and desolate moors stretch endlessly beneath expansive, often brooding skies. The ancient legends recount that he traversed the verdant hills, that he gazed in profound wonder at monumental stone circles predating human memory, and that he listened intently to the resonant voices of the Druids, whose profound wisdom was intrinsically interwoven with the earth, the celestial bodies, and the rhythmic cycles of the seasons. Medieval poets diligently kept this captivating narrative alive. Centuries later, the celebrated poet William Blake would immortalize this very idea in his iconic verse, posing the poignant question of whether those feet in ancient time once walked upon England's mountains green. The rhetorical question itself transmuted into a form of spiritual supplication, intrinsically entwined with a deep-seated yearning for a divine presence to consecrate the very soil of the homeland. To entertain the notion that the Christ figure had once graced Britain's shores was to imbue the land itself with sanctity, thereby drawing it into the profound, sacred drama of human history. What profound insights or experiences might such an extraordinary journey have potentially afforded him? The British Isles, though geographically remote, were by no means entirely isolated. Tin extracted from the mines of Cornwall was a highly sought-after commodity across the entire Mediterranean basin, and intricate trade networks inextricably linked even these distant lands to the very heart of the sprawling Roman Empire. In bustling coastal villages, Jesus might have observed the fascinating amalgamation of diverse cultures: Romans, Celts, Phoenicians, all converging and interacting in the vibrant marketplace. He may have encountered and absorbed stories of various deities, some fierce and formidable, others gentle and benevolent. Gods who presided over flowing rivers and sacred groves, gods who demanded solemn sacrifices, and gods who bestowed miraculous healing. He may also have walked amidst ancient stone monuments meticulously aligned with celestial bodies, thereby learning how ancient peoples interpreted the heavens not through written parchment, but through the enduring language of monumental stone. Of course, from the rigorous perspective of professional historians, this particular tale is unequivocally regarded as more enduring legend than historical likelihood. There exists no discernible record in Roman chronicles, nor any archaeological corroboration whatsoever, to suggest that the young boy from Nazareth ever indeed traversed the vast expanse of the sea to Britain. However, the remarkable endurance of this story, its persistent retelling across generations, conveys a different, equally significant truth: that people across the breadth of Europe harbored a profound desire to envision themselves intricately woven into the overarching mystery of Christ's life. If 18 crucial years of his life remained undocumented, then why not here, on their own familiar soil, beneath their own expansive sky? This captivating legend bestowed upon them a potent sense of belonging, a cherished share in the unfolding of the sacred narrative. One might vividly imagine the dramatic tableau. The formidable Atlantic Ocean relentlessly pounds against obsidian cliffs, while countless seabirds gracefully circle amidst the briny atmosphere. The thunderous impact of ocean swells reverberates within concealed inlets. A diminutive vessel gently glides into the sheltered port, its canvas mended, its wooden frame groaning with the stress of its journey. Among the mariners is a youthful individual, dark of hair and contemplative in spirit, his eyes steadfastly fixed upon the distant horizon. He disembarks, his simple footwear grating against the strewn pebbles of the shore. In that singular instant, the entire island is transformed into a hallowed sanctuary. Regardless of its historical veracity, the captivating narrative concerning Britain's unremembered coastline profoundly resonates with humanity's innate yearning to embrace the boundless. The mere contemplation that Jesus could have traversed that terrain, amidst its rugged mines and expansive moors, consecrates not merely the physical landscape, but also the very faculty of imagination. Within that fertile mental space, the profound quietude surrounding his undocumented years is once more imbued, not with irrefutable evidence, but with an overwhelming sense of awe. Indeed, the lacuna within sacred texts does not diminish. Rather, it broadens. Into this void pour forth compelling narratives such as these, effectively transforming muteness into melody. Thus, the winds of Britain, wailing over precipitous cliffs and sweeping across verdant fields, appear even now to convey a subtle reverberation of forgotten footsteps, belonging to an individual who might or might not have once graced their venerable coastline. Should the undocumented years of Jesus persist in being enveloped in profound mystery, one of the most straightforward yet intriguing hypotheses posits that his education transpired not within hallowed temples or secluded monasteries, but rather amidst the vibrant core of the ancient marketplace. During the 1st century, commerce constituted the vital essence of the global ecosystem, transporting not merely commodities, but also oral traditions, musical expressions, and diverse narratives across vast continents. In locales where merchants convened, wisdom readily disseminated, arguably more effectively than anywhere else. It was within such dynamic environments that a young man could genuinely confront the immense breadth of human intellect. Nazareth itself was situated in close proximity to Sepphoris, a flourishing metropolis undergoing reconstruction during Jesus' formative years. Merely a day's journey on foot, this vibrant urban center teemed with Roman administrators, skilled Greek artisans, erudite Jewish scholars, and wayfarers arriving from every conceivable direction. Certain theorists have proposed that Joseph and his offspring could have been employed there as carpenters, meticulously crafting timber for domestic dwellings, various workshops, structural bridges, and supportive beams. If this were indeed the case, Jesus would have daily occupied a position at the very confluence of civilizations, perceiving the cadences of Latin in one ear, the distinct inflections of Greek in another, and the familiar tones of Aramaic in his native tongue, all simultaneously. One might vividly envision him within the bustling market square, encircled by vendor stalls laden abundantly with succulent figs and plump olives, vibrantly dyed fabrics, and meticulously hammered bronze artifacts. A trader hailing from the Orient unfurls silk that glistens fluidly, reminiscent of flowing water. Another from the African continent presents ivory sculpted with consummate artistry. Currency chimes, asses vocalize, and voices erupt in spirited haggling over prices. Amidst this vibrant din, narratives circulate with the same uninhibited ease as aromatic condiments. Chronicles of remote conflicts, philosophical doctrines originating in Athens, and peculiar rituals observed within the temples of India. A young man who paid keen attention in this environment could accrue greater wisdom than from any written parchment. Furthermore, merchants functioned as unconventional pedagogues. They bore sagacity with the same facility as their merchandise, imparting aphorisms, adages, and fragments of dogma amassed during their extensive peregrinations. From these itinerants, Jesus might have gleaned insights into Zoroastrian fire altars in Persia, the serene Buddhist monasteries in Bactria, or the practices of Egyptian healers employing herbs and intricate incantations. He could have absorbed intelligence regarding Rome's perpetual expansions, the periodic enthronement and deposition of Caesars, and the spectacle of gladiators contending in remote arenas. For an individual possessing a truly receptive mind, the entirety of the world itself transformed into an unbound testament. This particular hypothesis situates Jesus's unrecorded period not within a secluded spiritual journey, but rather within a mundane engagement. Through diligent labor, attentive listening, and the gradual assimilation of the myriad voices that encompassed him, the marketplace inherently served as a nexus of paradoxes, avarice juxtaposed with benevolence, brutality alongside compassion, and predation contrasted with authentic camaraderie. To observe such disparate elements was to gain profound insights into the intricacies of the human heart, its inherent vulnerability, and its potential for magnanimity. Subsequently, when Jesus articulated narratives concerning affluent individuals and indigent widows, or about misplaced currency and concealed riches, his illustrative parables might have resonated deeply with the very scenes he had once observed amidst the traders. There exists a subtly profound beauty in this notion that the human Messiah acquired sagacity not solely from revered instructors, but also from common folk, from merchants engaged in negotiations, from itinerants recounting their exploits, from supplicants imploring alms, and from agriculturists vending their harvest at daybreak. Within the cacophony of commerce, he might have perceived the comprehensive mosaic of human need and desire, and woven into that intricate tapestry, he may have discerned the concealed designs of the divine kingdom. Envision him once more, not as a lone itinerant traversing desolate deserts or towering mountains, but as an adolescent amidst the vibrant bazaar, keenly observing, attentively listening, and profoundly absorbing. A spice vendor grinds aromatic bark between his digits, diffusing its rich fragrance into the ambient air. A gifted storyteller enchants youngsters with enthralling tales of distant, exotic lands. An exhausted procession passes through, its camels burdened with rolls of fabric, its drivers chanting in unfamiliar dialects. The young man hovers on the periphery, his gaze keen, his intellect actively processing. No one discerns his presence. He is merely an anonymous countenance within the throng. Yet within him, the scriptural quietude of the Gospels pulsates with acute observation, with an immeasurable acquisition of knowledge, and with the potent germs of sagacity that will one day blossom into profound didactic narratives. The hypothesis positioning Jesus amidst merchants might possess not the magnificence of extensive journeys to Egypt or India. Nevertheless, it conveys a deep, fundamental reality, that sagacity frequently emanates not from the extraordinary, but from a profound mindfulness of the mundane. The scriptural reticence of the Gospels may obscure not grand expeditions, but rather the subtle, continuous formation of a spirit who heeded more profoundly than any other individual. And so, the market stalls recede into recollection, their myriad voices dispersed like motes in the wind. Yet perhaps concealed within their ordinary chaos lay the initial reverberations of doctrines that would utterly transform global understanding. Teachings born not solely from seers and clerics, but also from merchants and voyagers, from existences intricately intertwined within the uncomplicated exchange of a dynamic, interwoven globe. When the Gospels avert their narrative focus from almost 20 years of Jesus' existence, the ensuing quietude appears strikingly intentional, as though inserted not fortuitously, but by conscious intent. It is a silence profoundly significant, akin to a caesura in a hallowed canticle, or an interval between inspirations where the very tranquility itself integrates into the harmonic composition. To peruse the sacred texts meticulously is to discern the deliberate nature of that quietude, as if it were protecting something either too invaluable or too perilous to be articulated verbally. Within venerable literature, silence was not inherently a void. Occasionally, it served as an expression of veneration, a method of safeguarding the indescribable from profane scrutiny. The Hebrew scriptures themselves frequently envelop enigmas in quietude, the ineffable divine appellation, the undisclosed period of Moses in Midian, and the extended quietude separating presage and realization. Uttering naught could, on occasion, convey profundity. It meticulously preserved truths that linguistic articulation might merely corrupt. The Gospel writers might have comprehended this principle. Their primary objective was not to present a comprehensive life account, but rather to proclaim glad tidings, to unveil the tenets most crucial for spiritual conviction. Of what consequence was it if the artisan from Nazareth matured unobtrusively, distant from public scrutiny? Perhaps the narrative gap functioned as a form of sacred obscuration, impressing upon us that the divine dominion defies complete inscription within written words. Nevertheless, this quietude also provokes persistent, unresolved inquiries. If those years were entirely devoid of consequence, why would the sacred texts retain even the recollection of their non-documentation? Why not simply commence with his public service? Instead, the Gospels render the lacuna conspicuous, akin to a portal revealed but perpetually sealed. That particular door encourages conjecture even as it repels access. It is as though the writers intended for us to comprehend. Here lies a concealed compartment, but its interior remains beyond our purview. Certain theological scholars propose that the silence was primarily intended to cultivate faith. By bypassing that period, the Gospels compel the audience to concentrate not on the sequential development of an existence, but rather on the profound vocation that erupts abruptly, as if from an unknown origin. Jesus arrives completely developed, luminous, and poised. His mandate derives not from a chronicled maturation, but from the enigma of his manifestation. The missing years, therefore, serve to intensify the perception that his advent stems not from mortal cultivation, but from a celestial summons. And yet, quietude is never entirely vacuous. The undocumented years elicit subjective interpretations, imaginative constructs, and profound yearnings. They transform into a tableau onto which successive eras have depicted their distinct conceptions of the Christ. Esoteric practitioners imbued them with clandestine rites, academics with arduous scholarship, and doubters with mundane anonymity. In this manner, the silence proves more generative than discourse. It functions as the unique domain where every aspirant encounters the enigma in their own individual fashion. Consider quietude personified as an instructor. Within the tranquility of undocumented decades, Jesus might have acquired insights more profound than any manuscript could impart. These included the teachings of forbearance, of diligent toil, and of profound seclusion. They encompassed the lessons gleaned from observing the cyclical progression of nature, from heeding the lamentations of the indigent, and from witnessing inequity manifest within the marketplace. Occasionally, quietude imparts greater wisdom than verbal communication. It effectively eliminates extraneous elements, retaining solely the fundamental core of what holds significance. The enigmatic quietude of sacred texts, therefore, is not merely a lacuna to be bemoaned, but rather a shroud to be profoundly pondered. Akin to the sanctum sanctorum of the temple, kept inaccessible and unobserved, it subtly suggests that sacredness often necessitates concealment. Certain verities ought to persist unarticulated, not owing to their vacuity, but precisely because they are excessively replete, excessively resplendent for conventional encapsulation. Full, its brilliance too overwhelming to be confined or fully apprehended. As individuals seek repose in the evening hours, they might allow that profound stillness to envelop them. It invites contemplation of those periods in the life of Jesus, absent from canonical accounts, not as mere voids, but rather as a profound, hidden presence, patiently awaiting its destined moment, undergoing a period of silent gestation. This quietude mirrors the calm preceding a momentous event, the deep tranquility before a grand revelation. Just as the darkness of night readies the world for the advent of dawn, so too does the scriptural silence prepare humanity for the resonant voice that would, in time, reverberate from the sacred mountaintop. A voice destined to articulate profound truths through parables and petitions. A voice that would endure eternally in human memory. In this nuanced interpretation, the very absence of detail becomes an integral component of the narrative fabric, a deliberate interlude carefully woven into the overarching story. It serves as a poignant reminder that not every facet of existence can, or indeed should, be explicitly recounted. Some profound mysteries are not intended for analytical deciphering, but rather for humble veneration. Consequently, the Gospel's enigmatic, unrecorded years transform from a perceived deficiency into an inherent characteristic, a mystical quietude that echoes through the ages, subtly affirming that even in moments of apparent non-existence, the divine spirit remains immanently present. When the nascent Christian communities embarked upon the momentous task of compiling their sacred texts, the profound silence surrounding Jesus' undocumented early life was likely not the sole instance of deliberate omission. Beyond the Gospels that ultimately secured their place within the established canon, there existed a diverse array of alternative narratives, manuscripts now posthumously designated as apocryphal, other Gospels branded as heterodox, and cherished traditions sustained through hushed oral transmission rather than formal inscription on parchment. A number of these alternative accounts ventured boldly to describe Jesus' formative years, his extensive travels, and even teachings purportedly delivered beyond the geographical confines of Judea. Nevertheless, the vigilant custodians of doctrinal orthodoxy exercised meticulous discretion, and a significant volume of these narratives remained excluded from the official scriptural corpus. The arduous process of forging the biblical canon was neither swift nor uncomplicated. Over the span of several centuries, esteemed bishops and ecclesiastical councils engaged in intense deliberations, meticulously discerning which writings authentically conveyed the true spiritual essence of Christ, and which were to be definitively set aside. The four universally recognized canonical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, ultimately emerged as foundational pillars, while scores of other texts faced condemnation, were secreted away, or gradually faded into obscurity. Among these works that were ultimately excluded were numerous texts that audaciously sought to illuminate the very years deliberately left unaddressed by the canonical scriptures. Their survival, whenever it miraculously occurred, often hung by the most tenuous thread. A mere fragment might be preserved through a quotation embedded within a letter penned by an early church father. A complete manuscript might lie forgotten for centuries, hidden within the arid confines of desert caves. Or perhaps, a tantalizing rumor of a scroll meticulously safeguarded within the hallowed confines of a secluded monastery library might persist. The precise motivations behind the suppression of these alternative traditions remain a subject of historical inquiry. It is plausible that some narratives were deemed excessively peculiar, replete with accounts of a youthful Jesus who, for instance, would miraculously strike down mischievous playmates only to compassionately resurrect them, or who would fashion birds from mere clay and imbue them with life through a simple utterance. Other texts, perhaps, harbored subtle indications of foreign philosophical currents, resonating with the sophisticated tenets of Greek philosophy, the profound wisdom of Eastern spiritual traditions, or the esoteric mysteries of ancient Egypt. Still others presented a more overtly human portrayal of Jesus, depicting a figure who demonstrably matured, acquired knowledge, and even wrestled with inner challenges, rather than presenting an individual endowed with perfect, immutable foreknowledge from birth. In their zealous endeavor to safeguard a unified and coherent faith, the venerated church fathers may have perceived such a rich tapestry of diverse memories as a potential source of fragmentation. In this context, the imposition of silence, once again, was arguably perceived as a more secure strategy than embracing multiplicity. The monumental discoveries of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi Library during the 20th century ignited a profound resurgence of scholarly and public interest in these long-obscured traditions. Within earthenware jars, carefully interred beneath desolate desert cliffs and nestled among ancient codices secreted away by monastic communities, researchers unearthed texts that had been forgotten for millennia: the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, and the Gospel of Truth, among others. These remarkable writings brought to light a form of early Christianity significantly more variegated and complex than the singular narrative meticulously preserved within the canonical collection. They revealed a spiritual landscape that was often mystical, profoundly symbolic, brimming with esoteric sayings, and offering alternative historical perspectives. It is important to note that none of these newly discovered texts provided a comprehensive or explicit chronicle of Jesus' unrecorded years. Nevertheless, many subtly implied that a substantial amount of information had been purposefully withheld or left unstated. This realization inevitably provokes a compelling curiosity about what other narratives might still lie concealed, awaiting discovery. Whispers circulate of ancient scrolls reputedly hidden within remote Himalayan monasteries, purportedly detailing Jesus' hypothetical journeys to the east. Others speak of invaluable manuscripts supposedly sealed within the Vatican's clandestine vaults, deemed too controversial or sensitive for public dissemination. Irrespective of whether these assertions are grounded in fact or merely constitute enduring legends, they collectively underscore a deep-seated human intuition that silence is frequently a consequence of deliberate enforcement rather than mere happenstance. This intuition suggests that the missing years of Jesus may not have simply been forgotten, but rather intentionally concealed. One might vividly imagine the scene within the scriptorium of an early monastic community, illuminated by the flickering glow of oil lamps, the air redolent with the earthy scent of incense. A dedicated scribe meticulously copies a gospel text, his stylus scratching with precision across the prepared vellum. He pauses, his gaze lingering over a particular passage, uncertain whether its inclusion is appropriate. From behind him, an elder abbot gently shakes his head, offering a quiet directive. It is better to omit this. It is better to allow the silence to persist. It is better to safeguard the profound mystery than to unveil that which might sow confusion or division. Consequently, the page is left blank, the words forever lost to the public record. And with that singular, momentous decision, the very trajectory of history is irrevocably altered. These suppressed traditions serve as a powerful admonition that the historical accounts which endure are never a complete representation of the past. The intricate interplay of power dynamics, pervasive fears, and profound reverence invariably shapes the collective archive of human memory. When confronted with the enigmatic absence of information regarding Jesus' unrecorded years, one is compelled to confront not merely a void, but rather the tangible outcome of deliberate choices. Somewhere, at some point in time, individuals made conscious decisions about what aspects of this foundational narrative would be preserved for posterity and what would be consigned to oblivion. The silence, therefore, is not an empty chasm. This profound realization often carries with it a subtle, yet persistent, sense of disquiet. How much of humanity's shared past has been systematically erased or intentionally forgotten? How many profound truths lie buried beneath the shifting sands of ancient deserts, sequestered behind the impenetrable, locked doors of venerable libraries, or gradually fading within the fragile memory banks of waning oral traditions? The lost years of Jesus may stand as merely the most celebrated illustration of a broader, more pervasive truth. That history encompasses not only the narratives that are openly recounted, but also the vast tapestry of stories that remain deliberately hidden. Consequently, when individuals encounter these suppressed traditions, they are implicitly invited to engage in a more profound and attentive form of listening, not solely to the explicit words that have survived, but crucially to the resonant silence that surrounds them. For within that very silence lies the enduring echo of stories once told, perhaps still patiently awaiting their moment to be heard once more. The extensive silence within the gospel narratives may not be merely an accidental byproduct of historical circumstance, nor solely the consequence of deliberate suppression. For some interpreters, it feels instead like a purposeful veil, a sacred and hidden season of intense preparation during which Jesus consciously withdrew from the public stage of history to undergo a profound inner shaping for the momentous mission that lay ahead. From this interpretive vantage point, the years traditionally considered lost are not genuinely absent at all. Instead, they are understood as having been intentionally veiled, shrouded in an aura of mystery precisely because they pertained not to public demonstration or external witness, but to a deeply personal and internal process of becoming. Every human life, it is observed, contains such seasons of quiet development, though their significance is often overlooked. These are years characterized by subtle, internal growth, by patient waiting, and by a profound inner formation that, while leaving scant external documentation, fundamentally transforms the individual. Metaphorically, it is akin to a seed dormant in the darkness of the earth, a chrysalis undergoing unseen metamorphosis, or the subtle glow that precedes the full radiance of sunrise. Perhaps the life of Jesus encompassed its own profound, hidden interval during which the foundational elements of his divine mission were meticulously laid, not through overt miracles or public pronouncements, but through the profound power of silence. Some theological perspectives propose that this veil of silence served to preserve a sense of reverence, to expose every single moment of his youth. They argue, would have risked diminishing the profound mystery of the Incarnation, reducing the divine manifestation to a mere chronological sequence of ordinary days. By leaving these formative years unspoken, the Gospels subtly remind humanity that not every facet of Christ's earthly existence was intended for human observation. Certain aspects belonged exclusively to the divine realm. Others discern within this enigmatic veil a recurring pattern of divine preparation, echoing narratives found throughout sacred texts. Moses, for instance, spent 40 years in the wilderness of Midian before returning to assume leadership of Israel. The ancient prophets frequently retreated into periods of profound solitude within the wilderness before receiving their divine callings. Even John the Baptist emerged into public ministry only after an extended period of isolated contemplation. Within this established spiritual rhythm, Jesus' hidden years fit seamlessly, representing a period set apart, during which seemingly ordinary days were meticulously woven into a tapestry of extraordinary readiness. The silence in this context may therefore signify not neglect or oversight, but rather a profound manifestation of holy patience. There exists a distinct beauty in envisioning those years as a period of tranquil yet profound preparation. One might imagine Jesus living a simple existence, engaging in manual labor with his hands, observing the cyclical turning of the seasons, and diligently caring for his family. Perhaps he often wandered the undulating hills, intimately learning the intricate rhythms of creation, the effortless flight of the sparrow, the gradual development of the olive tree, the abundant yield of the vineyard's harvest. It is conceivable that he spent countless hours in solitary prayer, attentively listening for the divine voice that would one day thunder with profound authority within his very being. The nature of this preparation need not have been exotic or extraordinary to be profoundly impactful. Indeed, even the most mundane and ordinary rhythms of daily life can become sacred when approached with a spirit of mindful attention. The veil of silence also compels individuals to consider the profound notion that genuine transformation frequently necessitates a period of concealment, much like a seed must remain buried and unseen within the earth before it can germinate and burst forth. Thus, it is plausible that Jesus' early adulthood remained hidden precisely because the appointed time for his public revelation had not yet arrived. When he finally appeared at the Jordan River, the impact of his emergence was significantly amplified precisely because he stepped forth from an extended period of profound silence. These hidden years lent an extraordinary abruptness to the commencement of his public ministry, akin to a sudden flash of lightning illuminating a previously dark and impenetrable sky. One might conceive of those years as an intricate tapestry meticulously woven in secret, each delicate thread carefully placed, yet the complete pattern remained concealed until the veil was ultimately lifted. The canonical Gospels, in this sense, present humanity with the finished masterpiece, rather than chronicling the extensive and painstaking labor that preceded its creation. Our own individual lives, too, contain analogous hidden seasons. These are periods when very little appears to be happening externally, when our days feel unremarkable, ordinary, and largely unnoticed by the wider world. Yet it is often precisely within these quiet seasons that profound, unseen preparation may be taking place. Silence, therefore, does not inherently signify absence. Hiddenness does not equate to wastefulness. Instead, it may indicate that something vital and unseen is steadily growing, patiently awaiting its designated moment to emerge into the light. And so this veil of preparation transcends its role as a mere historical enigma. It evolves into a profound parable for the unfolding narrative of our own existences. The missing years of Jesus powerfully remind humanity that even the most significant and transformative journeys are punctuated by extensive stretches of quietude, during which the true story is not written through public accomplishments, but through deeply private internal transformation. The silence, in this profound context, is not an emptiness. It is, instead, a state of profound readiness. One might now visualize him, a young man walking contemplatively among the hills as dusk descends, the sky deepening into rich hues of violet, the air growing cool with the approaching night. He carries no sacred scrolls, performs no miracles, gathers no disciples. He possesses only the quiet, unwavering certainty of one who is undergoing a profound shaping for a destiny that remains, as yet, unrevealed. The world, in its bustling indifference, does not take notice of him. History, in its meticulous record-keeping, fails to document his existence. Yet, within that profound silence, the future is already stirring with nascent power. To contemplate the missing years of Jesus is also to immerse oneself in the imaginative reconstruction of the vibrant world into which he was born. This was a world teeming with dynamic intersections, where diverse cultures overlapped and ancient wisdom flowed abundantly, much like mighty rivers converging at a fertile delta. The currents of human interaction flowed with the relentless force of mighty rivers, ultimately converging into a vast, intricate delta of shared experience. The Mediterranean Sea, far from being a contained aquatic expanse, functioned as an expansive thoroughfare, a vital conduit for the ceaseless movement of people and ideas. Concepts and philosophies journeyed across its waters with the same undeniable certainty as the valuable spices and exquisite silks carried by merchants, soldiers, and pilgrims. Within this dynamic environment, the conspicuous silence of the Gospels regarding a significant portion of Jesus' early life transforms into a fertile ground for speculation. It invites the intriguing possibility that Jesus matured not in hermetic isolation, but amidst the vibrant, ceaseless thrum of cultural interchange. Galilee itself was strategically positioned as a veritable nexus, lying directly across pivotal trade arteries that linked the ancient powerhouses of Egypt to the burgeoning territories of Syria and Judea to the broader Roman Empire. Its bustling towns were accustomed to the rhythmic march of Roman legions, the eloquent discourses of Greek philosophers, the profound teachings of Jewish rabbis, and the lively bartering of foreign merchants. Even in Nazareth, a locale that might at first appear secluded, the subtle echoes of far-flung civilizations were perpetually discernible. The young boy, who would later articulate profound truths through parables involving kingdoms and currency, delicate lilies and abundant harvests, might well have been, even then, instinctively absorbing the diverse rhythms of a land shaped by a multitude of tongues and traditions. Should he have ventured beyond the familiar confines of Galilee, as certain enduring traditions propose, the confluence of cultures would have become exponentially richer and more complex. In the intellectual hub of Alexandria, he might have encountered Greek philosophers deeply immersed in debates concerning the fundamental nature of the soul, perhaps even alongside Jewish scholars meticulously translating and interpreting the Torah into Greek. Further afield, in the ancient lands of Persia, he could have witnessed the mesmerizing sight of Zoroastrian fire altars, their flames serving as potent symbols of cosmic dualism, representing the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Traveling along the legendary Silk Road, he might have come across serene Buddhist monks, clad in their distinctive saffron robes, quietly expounding on the principles of compassion and the path to liberation from suffering. Each of these disparate locations represented a crucial node within an immense, interconnected global network, transmitting a rich tapestry of voices and wisdom that resonated across continents and epochs. As one attentively considers Jesus' subsequent teachings, subtle indications of this profound interconnectedness begin to surface. His parables, for instance, possess an astonishingly universal resonance. The imagery of seeds scattered upon varied soils, lamps deliberately concealed beneath baskets, or precious treasures meticulously buried in fields. These narratives were not merely comprehensible within the specific cultural context of Judea, but could be readily grasped in virtually any agrarian society, any civilization where the human spirit grappled with the universal emotions of hope and fear. Furthermore, his seminal pronouncements on the imperative of loving one's neighbor, the virtue of mercy, the essence of humility, and the transformative power of inner change, echo truths articulated in lands far removed from his own. Whether through direct travel, the tutelage of diverse teachers, or simply the pervasive cultural osmosis of a richly multicultural world, his profound wisdom undeniably transcends the boundaries of a single provincial origin. This inherent openness to interpretation is precisely why the unrecorded years of Jesus' life hold such an irresistible allure. They beckon with the compelling possibility that his formative experiences were shaped not solely by the tenets of his ancestral tradition, but significantly by the dynamic interplay and profound dialogue among various civilizations. It suggests that he stood, perhaps consciously or unconsciously, at a pivotal crossroads where the spiritual and intellectual currents of East and West converged, where ancient wisdom encountered nascent ideas, creating a truly unique synthesis. His profound teachings, while undeniably original, may not have been directly borrowed, yet they were almost certainly profoundly informed, substantially enriched, and expansively broadened by the collective wisdom of humanity's diverse chorus. One might envision him vividly at such a crossroads. Ancient, dusty thoroughfares converging from every conceivable direction. Caravans laden with exotic goods steadily arriving. Merchants meticulously unload their precious wares. Gleaming ivory from the heart of Africa. Lustrous silk from the distant reaches of China. Delicate glass from the sophisticated workshops of Rome. Alongside these tangible goods, intangible treasures also arrive. Stories of ancient deities and legendary heroes, accounts of intricate rituals and codified laws, and profound wisdom painstakingly acquired through generations of suffering. Amidst this bustling exchange, a young man stands quietly, observing intently, his eyes reflecting a profound curiosity, his heart absorbing far more than mere words. The crossroads, however, was not merely a bustling hub of commerce. It was fundamentally a vibrant arena of profound human encounter. For all of us, These metaphorical crossroads in our own lives carry immense significance. We, too, are intricately shaped, not exclusively by our inherited lineage, but by the myriad voices and experiences that traverse our personal journeys. Friends, strangers, the narratives within books, the melodies of songs, all become indelible parts of our being, even if their influence is often subtle, felt only in whispers. The silence surrounding Jesus' lost years might well conceal a multitude of such formative encounters, moments when profound wisdom subtly permeated his consciousness, not as a singular, sudden revelation, but through the gradual, steady convergence of diverse cultures and perspectives. The conceptualization of Jesus as a foundational bridge between disparate worlds holds both historical validity and profound symbolic resonance. Historically, it accurately reflects the deeply interconnected reality that characterized the first century, a period of extensive global exchange. Symbolically, it serves as a potent reminder that profound truth frequently emerges at the very boundaries where differences meet, blend, and ultimately mingle. The missing years, in this light, may signify not merely an absence of historical record, but rather a crucial period of intense spiritual and intellectual forging, culminating in a message broad and inclusive enough to encompass the entirety of humanity. As the cloak of night deepens, let the mind once again conjure the image of that ancient crossroads. Lanterns cast flickering, ephemeral glows, human voices intermingle in a soft murmur, and the vast tapestry of stars steadily ascends above. Somewhere amidst the myriad travelers, a young man stands in quiet contemplation, largely unnoticed by the bustling crowd, yet profoundly altered within by the powerful currents of influence swirling around him. In that profound, unrecorded silence, the very trajectory of history patiently awaits its unfolding. When we contemplate the unrecorded years of Jesus' life, our imagination often instinctively drifts towards exotic locales. Distant lands, vast deserts, imposing mountains, ancient temples, and enigmatic foreign teachers. Yet, it is entirely possible that the profound truth of those years resides not in the extraordinary or the exotic, but rather in the utterly ordinary, concealed in plain sight. It may have been so seamlessly woven into the intricate fabric of daily existence that it left no discernible mark upon the fragile parchment of historical records. Indeed, Jesus may not have embarked on any extensive travels whatsoever. He might have simply lived a quiet, unassuming life in Nazareth, fulfilling the role of a carpenter's son, a brother within a modest household, and a familiar neighbor to local farmers and traders. The profound silence of the Gospels could, in this interpretation, signify not clandestine journeys, but rather an profound, understated simplicity. A life characterized by days of diligent labor, the honest sweat on his brow, and hands made strong and calloused by the continuous engagement with tools and wood. Such a life, humble in its scope and largely unrecorded, might not have been deemed worthy of detailed preservation by the early evangelists, who were often focused on miraculous events and divine pronouncements. Yet, paradoxically, this very existence may have served as the fundamental crucible, shaping and refining the profound teachings he would later deliver. One need only consider how many of his enduring parables are rooted in the most fundamental rhythms of rural life. The sower meticulously scattering seeds upon both rocky ground and fertile soil. The diligent shepherd tirelessly searching for a single lost sheep. The careful woman sweeping her humble abode in search of a misplaced coin. the astute merchant relinquishing all his possessions for a pearl of immense value. These vivid images, while carrying the immense weight of deep spiritual truth, are unequivocally drawn from the commonplace scenes of everyday village existence. It is almost as if those hidden years were meticulously spent, gathering these profound images one by one, carefully polishing them in the quiet solitude of a daily life, until they were ready to brilliantly illuminate his parables. Even the tangible physical aspects of his later ministry might well reflect these years of silent, diligent labor. A skilled carpenter possesses an intimate understanding of the inherent strength of wood, the profound patience required in the process of construction, and the significant cost of even the slightest error. He is intimately familiar with the distinct grain of olive and cedar, the resonant sound of hammer-striking nail and chisel-shaping timber, and the enduring resilience of solid stone foundations. Later, when Jesus spoke of homes meticulously constructed upon bedrock or precariously built upon shifting sand, or of yokes crafted to be easy and burdens designed to be light, he was perhaps drawing directly upon invaluable lessons first learned and internalized within the quiet confines of the workshop. To perceive his lost years in this manner is to comprehend them not as an absence of activity or record, but rather as a profound presence, an immersive engagement in the ordinary, lived reality of his people. Hidden in plain sight, he lived precisely as they lived, toiled as they toiled, and experienced suffering alongside them. His teachings, when they finally emerged, bore the undeniable stamp of shared human experience. He did not articulate his wisdom from a position of lofty detachment, but rather from the grounded, empathetic understanding of one who had genuinely lived amongst them, experiencing their joys and sorrows firsthand. There is, moreover, an inherent mystery embedded within this very ordinariness. If the Son of God truly walked the earth, it is profoundly striking that he did so for decades without any public spectacle, without any widespread recognition. His neighbors may have perceived him simply as a quiet, unassuming craftsman, nothing more. Perhaps they passed him routinely in the bustling marketplace, never once suspecting that the individual destined to irrevocably alter the course of human history stood unremarked beside them. The silence that pervades the Gospels might well be a deliberate reflection of this profound anonymity, signifying the divine presence intentionally concealed within the mundane, patiently awaiting its destined hour. In the quiet contemplation of bedtime, this particular notion evokes both a sense of profound humility and deep wonder. How frequently do we inadvertently overlook the sacred because it presents itself cloaked in the ordinary? How often do we diligently seek grand revelations in distant, exotic locales, while simultaneously disregarding the quiet, profound wisdom that blossoms continuously within the fabric of our own daily lives? These hidden years serve as a potent reminder that true greatness is frequently forged in obscurity, that the extraordinary can often develop unnoticed within the fertile, unassuming soil of the ordinary. Close your eyes and vividly picture the village of Nazareth, humble dwellings constructed from stone and clay, ancient olive groves shimmering under the gentle breeze, the cheerful laughter of children echoing through narrow, winding lanes. Within a modest workshop, a young man intently bends over a piece of wood, carefully shaping it with skilled, deliberate hands. His countenance is serene, his movements precise and steady. No chronicler records his name. No historian marks that specific day. And yet, within that profound silence, the very trajectory of history is being meticulously prepared. The lost years may not, in fact, require elaborate distant journeys to adequately explain their profound power. Perhaps they only necessitate this: a life lived quietly, fully, and attentively amidst the ordinary, rhythmic pulse of a village. Hidden in plain sight, the eventual teacher of eternity was, in those years, learning from the very dust of the earth, from the honest sweat of physical labor, and from the simple yet profound pulse of human life itself. There exists an alternative perspective for comprehending the silence surrounding Jesus' lost years, one that deliberately eschews the pursuit of concealed journeys or suppressed manuscripts. Instead, this interpretation regards the very absence of narrative as an intentional myth. From this viewpoint, the narrative gap is not merely an incidental omission of historical record, but rather a deliberate symbolic space, a profound parable intricately woven into the foundational structure of the Gospels themselves. The missing years, in this context, evolve into a form of sacred metaphor, conveying profound truths through silence that words alone could never adequately express. Ancient traditions of storytelling frequently employed silence and an aura of mystery as potent literary devices to elevate a central figure beyond the realm of the ordinary. Heroes in these narratives were sometimes introduced with miraculous births or extraordinary portents, only to then vanish from the historical record, reappearing later fully formed and ready for their destiny. This narrative pattern deliberately emphasizes an inherent destiny rather than a gradual developmental process, prioritizing divine revelation over human evolution. To meticulously depict the boy's transformation into the man would, in essence, humanize the narrative too profoundly. By contrast, leaving this pivotal transformation veiled in obscurity imbues the entire story with an unmistakable aura of the miraculous. The deliberate silence, therefore, implicitly declares, here is an individual whose origins stem not from conventional human preparation, but directly from divine mystery. For a segment of scholars, the missing years function precisely in this manner. They are perceived as a sophisticated literary device, a strategic narrative pause designed to dramatically amplify the sudden, impactful eruption of Jesus' public ministry. When Jesus, at approximately 30 years of age, steps into the waters of the Jordan, the deliberate absence of any preceding biographical detail significantly heightens the dramatic impact. He emerges not as a figure gradually shaped by conventional experience, but rather as one seemingly arriving from an otherworldly realm, possessing an inherent authority that appears to spring forth spontaneously, without any discernible earthly origin. Consequently, the myth of these missing years serves a crucial narrative function: to underscore his fundamental otherness, his profound mystery, and ultimately, his undeniable divinity. It is imperative to note, however, that the term myth in this context does not equate to falsehood. In the ancient world, myth served as a profound vehicle for conveying truths far deeper and more complex than mere factual accounts. A mythic silence, therefore, can often communicate with greater profundity and resonance than a literal, exhaustive historical record. By strategically omitting the intervening period, the Gospels may be subtly directing our attention towards a reality that transcends mere chronology. The profound realization that what truly mattered was not the specific manner in which Jesus acquired his wisdom, but rather the intrinsic nature of who he inherently was. The hidden years, in effect, convey that his inherent authority emanates not from any earthly mentor or educational institution, but directly from the eternal, divine source. Nevertheless, the very existence of numerous legends and apocryphal accounts concerning his supposed travels suggests an inherent human inability to resist filling such a significant narrative void. The myth of silence, for many, proved too potent, too evocative, stimulating widespread speculation. To some, it directly invited conjectures of eastward journeys, perhaps to the mystical lands of India or Persia. To others, it suggested a period of hidden apprenticeship among esoteric mystics or secretive religious orders. Yet, it is equally plausible that the Gospels intended no such elaborate details. Perhaps their very reticence constituted the central message. The missing years, in this light, serve as a powerful reminder that Jesus transcended mere biography. He was more than a historical figure whose life could be exhaustively chronicled. He was, fundamentally, mystery embodied. His life was not simply lived in a chronological sequence, but was, more profoundly, revealed in its essential truths. For the listener engaged in nocturnal reflection, this particular interpretation fosters a profound sense of stillness. The silence woven into the narrative becomes akin to the quiet interlude between heartbeats, a presence felt more deeply than it is articulated. It gently encourages us to embrace that which defies conventional explanation, to find solace in the profound truth that not every question possesses a readily available answer. Indeed, sometimes the very absence itself constitutes the most profound response. Consider the Gospels as a meticulously crafted painting, characterized by deliberate negative space. The central figure is rendered with clarity, yet the background is intentionally left blank. This emptiness, far from being a void, subtly directs our gaze, sharpening our focus on what truly matters. The lost years function precisely as this evocative blankness. They serve to remind us that the narrative of Jesus is not a continuous, exhaustive chronicle of every detail, but rather a carefully orchestrated story of chosen revelation. In this manner, the missing years, interpreted as a deliberate myth, serve as a profound lesson in humility. We, as humans, inherently yearn to comprehend everything, to meticulously fill every silence with a comprehensive explanation. However, true wisdom sometimes emerges not from an abundance of words, but from their scarcity. The unspoken, in its profound depth, invites wonder, cultivates reverence, and ignites the imagination. Therefore, as you gently close your eyes, allow the profound silence of those years to envelop you like a comforting lullaby. It is not an absence to be feared, but rather a sacred mystery to be embraced. It serves as a gentle reminder that even within the uncharted gaps, even amidst the vast unknown, the divine presence remains intimately interwoven. The missing years, much like myth itself, are not ultimately intended to satiate mere curiosity, but rather to awaken a deeper, more profound sense of awe. As we meticulously consider the profound and enduring silence that envelops Jesus' hidden years, a particularly unsettling possibility emerges: that these years were not merely forgotten by history, nor simply left unrecorded due to oversight, but were, in fact, deliberately safeguarded through an act of profound secrecy. The nascent Christian church, in its early formation, may have consciously employed silence as a protective shield, vigilantly preserving information it feared to disclose, intentionally locking away details that might have profoundly destabilized or unsettled the nascent faith. History, it is often observed, is frequently shaped as much by what is strategically withheld as by what is openly revealed. Church councils and diligent scribes, acting as arbiters of truth, meticulously determined which gospels would achieve canonical status and endure through the ages, which specific teachings would be consecrated as sacred doctrine, and which narratives would be summarily cast aside and relegated to obscurity. If Jesus's unrecorded years contained accounts of encounters with other religious traditions, if he had undergone periods of study among foreign spiritual teachers, or if he had articulated words that subtly blurred the distinct boundaries of established faith, such details might have been perceived as excessively perilous to preserve. To openly acknowledge them could, in the view of the early church, dilute the paramount claim of his unique divinity, potentially suggesting that the profound wisdom of Christ was not exclusively divine in origin, but perhaps partially assimilated or borrowed from other human sources. Shown even in contemporary times, persistent whispers circulate concerning the existence of hidden records, ancient scrolls purportedly concealed within the secluded libraries of monasteries, precious manuscripts purportedly locked deep within the labyrinthine archives of the Vatican, and fragmented texts hinting at extensive journeys to lands far beyond the familiar confines of Judea. While the majority of academic scholars tend to dismiss such assertions as mere legends or unsubstantiated conspiracy theories, their very persistence offers a compelling testament to a pervasive sense that something significant has, indeed, been intentionally guarded. The pervasive silence feels less like an accidental void and more like a deliberate act, as though, long ago, a momentous decision was made that forgetting would ultimately serve the emergent faith more effectively than remembering. Imagine, for a moment, the venerable custodians of faith in the early centuries, gathered in hushed, shadowed chambers. A scribe meticulously unrolls an ancient scroll, its ink faded by the passage of time yet still remarkably legible, recounting a captivating tale of the young Jesus engaged in profound study among foreign mystics. The assembled elders exchange uneasy glances. Such a narrative, they might have concluded, possessed the potential to deeply confuse the faithful, blurring the crucial distinction between divinely chosen revelation and the more fallible process of human spiritual seeking. One by one, they solemnly shake their heads. The scroll is carefully set aside, its words condemned never to be copied, its memory deliberately permitted to gently fade into oblivion. In this profound act, secrecy paradoxically transforms into a form of preservation. To contemplate Jesus's missing years in this manner is to confront the disquieting possibility that the historical record is not merely shaped by unforeseen accidents, but often by deliberate and strategic intention. Silence, in certain contexts, functions as a formidable wall, erected not to safeguard an inherent truth, but rather to protect an established power structure. What lies concealed behind this barrier may indeed remain perpetually unknown. Yet the very existence of such a wall inherently communicates a profound message, that at some point in the past, a conscious choice was made to guard, to withhold, to deliberately seal away certain narratives. For the listener, drifting into the quietude of rest, This unsettling possibility evokes a complex blend of unease and wonder. If secrets were, indeed, meticulously kept, they serve as a powerful reminder of the inherent fragility of human memory and how effortlessly narratives can be molded and shaped by those privileged to wield the pen of history. Yet, these reflections also serve to remind us that profound mystery is remarkably resilient, capable of enduring even the most determined suppression. A story that is too tightly guarded often transmutes into a potent legend, whispered furtively in hushed corners, passed from one generation to the next like a precious ember, carefully carried through the encroaching darkness. Perhaps this inherent quality is precisely why the enduring idea of secrecy clings so tenaciously to the lost years of Jesus. The pervasive silence feels less like an accidental absence and more like a calculated concealment, as though beneath the seemingly straightforward surface of the Gospels, a deeper, more profound current flows. We may never fully penetrate that veil, yet the very act of wondering, of questioning, inexorably draws us closer to the heart of the mystery itself. Close your eyes and envision a venerable library from antiquity, its towering shelves meticulously filled with countless scrolls. Fine dust motes dance gracefully in the slender shafts of light piercing the gloom. Somewhere within, perhaps, lies a solitary manuscript that holds the definitive answer to the enigma of those 18 years. But it remains unopened, eternally locked away in secrecy, its precious words gradually fading even as they are, in a paradoxical sense, preserved from wider scrutiny. We are unable to read them. We cannot access them. Yet their very silence speaks volumes, echoing powerfully across centuries, serving as a poignant reminder that what is deliberately hidden is sometimes as profoundly potent as what is openly revealed. In the profound hush that envelops Jesus' missing years, narratives frequently gravitate towards the evocative image of hidden manuscripts, ancient scrolls meticulously penned and subsequently lost to time, venerable codices interred and ultimately forgotten, fragile parchments patiently awaiting discovery beneath accumulated layers of dust and stone. The very concept of such a discovery possesses an almost dreamlike allure, as if somewhere in a remote monastic library or a sealed, forgotten cave, the definitive answer to the enigmatic riddle of those 18 years still exists, inscribed in fading ink, patiently awaiting its momentous unveiling. History itself is replete with instances of such astonishing recoveries. The Dead Sea Scrolls, for example, unearthed purely by serendipity in the rugged caves of Qumran, dramatically illuminated a previously obscure world of Jewish thought, contemporary with Jesus' era. These included hymns, legal texts, and prophecies, all preserved in profound silence for nearly 2 millennia. Similarly, the Nag Hammadi Library, accidentally brought to light in Egypt in 1945, unveiled a veritable chorus of forgotten Christian voices, apocryphal gospels, esoteric revelations, and mystical sayings, all meticulously hidden away by monks who harbored profound fears of their destruction. If such invaluable caches could endure for centuries unseen, why could not others still lie patiently awaiting discovery? Some persistent claims suggest that monasteries nestled in the remote regions of Tibet, India, or Egypt house ancient manuscripts that explicitly detail Jesus' extensive wanderings in the East. Travelers in the 19th century, for instance, reported hearing monks recount stories from venerable scrolls about a revered teacher named Isa, who journeyed from Israel to acquire and impart wisdom before ultimately returning to his homeland. Scholars, however, remain sharply divided on the authenticity of these accounts. A segment views them as pure invention, fabricated legends. Others, more cautiously, detect faint fragments of an oral tradition, subsequently embellished and cloaked in myth. Yet, even the most ardent skeptics cannot deny the profound resonance of the possibility that somewhere a tangible written testimony exists, meticulously bridging the vast chronological chasm between the child and the man, between the humble village of Nazareth and the sacred waters of the Jordan. Even within the Western world, whispers continue to circulate concerning sealed archives. The Vatican Library, with its seemingly endless corridors and meticulously locked chambers, is frequently imagined as a veritable vault of such profound secrets. Texts deemed too fragile to handle, too dangerous to reveal, or too controversial to ever release into the public domain. Whether such claims are rooted in verifiable fact or merely in the realm of fiction is ultimately less significant than what they symbolically represent. The pervasive human intuition that silence is not always an indication of emptiness, but often a deliberate act of concealment. That forgotten manuscripts might indeed harbor truths intentionally sequestered, truths deemed too disruptive for prevailing orthodoxy. Imagine for a fleeting moment stumbling upon such an extraordinary text, a fragile scroll, its edges delicately flaking, its ancient ink faded to a deep, earthy brown. You carefully, almost reverently, unroll it. And there, nestled between lines of ancient Greek or Aramaic script, are words vividly describing a transformative journey, an influential teacher, a profound spiritual vision. Perhaps it depicts Jesus in deep discourse with revered sages in the ancient lands of India. Perhaps it portrays him wandering through vast, silent deserts alongside enigmatic mystics. Or perhaps, more simply, it describes Jesus diligently laboring in a humble Galilean workshop, his profound wisdom quietly blossoming in the solitude of his daily toil. Regardless of the specific details contained within, the mere existence of such a manuscript would irrevocably transform our understanding, not only of his enigmatic life, but of the very fabric of history itself. Yet, a profound paradox emerges. Even if such revelatory writings were miraculously discovered, would they be universally believed? Or would they too be summarily dismissed as apocrypha, as mere fables meticulously spun to fill a historical void? The inherent human hunger for definitive answers, ironically, often renders us deeply suspicious of every answer that is subsequently offered. The silence that has enveloped these years is so profoundly deep that any voice attempting to break it inevitably sounds uncertain, fragile, and almost always fiercely contested. For the listener, now adrift in quiet contemplation, the evocative image of forgotten manuscripts transcends mere speculation to become a powerful symbol. Whether they genuinely exist or remain forever elusive, they serve as a poignant reminder of the inherent fragility of human memory and how frequently truth lies concealed, patiently awaiting its moment in the profound depths of silence. They also remind us, with compelling force, that the narrative of history is never truly complete. That beneath the familiar words we believe we know, countless layers of untold stories may still lie dormant, patiently sleeping. Close your eyes and vividly picture a monastery, ancient and austere, perched precariously high in the mountains. Snow gently gathers on its weathered roof. The wind howls mournfully against its stoic stone walls. Inside, a solitary monk moves deliberately by the flickering light of a candle, carefully unlocking a centuries-old wooden chest. Within lie scrolls meticulously bound in cloth, untouched and unread for countless generations. He pauses, lifts one with profound reverence, and slowly begins to read. Outside, the impenetrable night deepens further. Inside, a voice long lost to the annals of time stirs once more, bravely breaking the profound silence. Perhaps such manuscripts will never truly be found. Or perhaps they already exist, patiently waiting, hidden in plain sight, until the world is finally prepared to receive and comprehend them. Until that momentous day, they remain an integral part of the enduring mystery. The forgotten manuscripts of Jesus' lost years, haunting the profound silence with their tantalizing possibilities. As Christianity firmly established its roots and began to proliferate through successive generations following Jesus' death, a distinct cohort of spiritual seekers emerged, choosing the stark wilderness as their sanctuary. These individuals, renowned as the Desert Fathers and Mothers, consciously retreated into the austere and barren landscapes of Egypt, Syria, and Palestine. They deliberately abandoned the bustling cities and the comforts of conventional life to inhabit remote caves, simple huts, and solitary cells. Their quest was not for distraction, but for profound silence. Not for worldly power, but for spiritual purity. And within their collected sayings and fragmented writings, a peculiar echo lingers, subtle hints suggesting that certain profound mysteries are best left unarticulated. The Desert Fathers were, in essence, inheritors of a spiritual tradition that may well trace its origins back to those very missing years of Jesus. They held a deep conviction that the desert environment possessed the unique power to strip the human soul bare, meticulously removing all illusion and relentlessly exposing raw truth. It was, for them, a sacred place of intense trial, profound temptation, but crucially also a fertile ground for divine revelation. In their understanding, silence was not an absence or an emptiness, but rather a profound fullness, a sacred space where the divine presence could be intimately felt without the intrusive interference of human words. They transmitted their sacred narratives not as meticulously polished gospels, but as hushed whispers, enigmatic, incomplete, and inherently resistant to definitive clarity. Within this unique tradition, some ascetics spoke vaguely, almost elliptically, of Jesus' hidden years. They did not explicitly recount detailed stories, but rather subtly hinted at mysteries deemed too perilous, too holy, or too prone to misinterpretation to be openly shared. In their deliberate silence, we discern a powerful reflection of the gospel's own reticence. It is an implicit insistence that what held the most profound significance was not to be spoken aloud, but rather to be authentically lived. A profound saying attributed to the Desert Fathers encapsulates this perspective. If you have words, you are not yet silent. If you are not silent, you do not yet see. Could this ancient aphorism offer their implicit explanation for the unrecorded chapters of Jesus' life? That the profound truth of his spiritual preparation lay precisely in silence itself, in the rigorous discipline of obscurity, and in the meticulous shaping of a heart utterly attuned to the divine will. Imagine a young Jesus venturing into the untamed wilderness, much as ancient prophets frequently did, Days would seamlessly stretch into weeks, the sun blazing fiercely by day, the countless stars piercing the vast, inky expanse of night. He would sustain himself by drinking from sparse, ephemeral springs and consuming the meager provisions the harsh land reluctantly yielded. Most profoundly, he would listen to the ceaseless whisper of the wind sweeping over ancient stones, to the resonant voice within his own being, and to the profound silence that instructs without the need for any words. While this remains a speculative narrative, not a historical account we can definitively prove, it represents a spiritual rhythm that the Desert Fathers would have immediately recognized and deeply understood. For they, too, held the unwavering belief that profound silence possessed the power to meticulously carve and sculpt the human soul into its truest form. Centuries later, when these ascetics retreated into the desert, they may have been, consciously or unconsciously, reenacting the very pattern of those lost years. Their lives became living parables of deliberate withdrawal and eventual return, of profound hiddenness and subsequent revelation. They left behind no explicit chronicles detailing Jesus' youth, yet their manner of living strongly suggested a deep, unspoken understanding. Some profound truths are not recorded in written form precisely because they defy such transcription. They can only be genuinely experienced and lived in the profound depths of silence. For the listener tonight, this particular thought imparts a quiet yet profound lesson. The missing years may be less about external geography, where Jesus traveled, what subjects he studied, and more profoundly about internal interiority. How silence meticulously prepared him, and how hiddenness refined his spirit. The Desert Fathers gently remind us that the most profound mysteries are frequently wordless, and that sometimes what is intentionally withheld is far more potent and impactful than what is openly articulated. Picture a desert cave at the onset of dusk. A solitary monk sits cross-legged in the fading light, uttering no sound, his attention fixed solely on the rhythmic beating of his own heart. Outside, the wind whispers across the vast, undulating sands, carrying with it the very same profound silence that once enveloped Jesus' unrecorded years. That pervasive silence is not merely an absence. It is a powerful presence, a hidden presence, deeper than any words, stronger than any historical record. Perhaps the Desert Fathers intentionally refrained from speaking plainly about the lost years because they perceived them not as an enigma demanding a solution, but rather as a profound model to emulate. To embrace a life of silence is to willingly embrace the inherent mystery. To consciously relinquish the need for words is to take a decisive step towards truth itself. In this profound manner, the silence woven into the Gospels and the contemplative silence of the desert converge, meeting and mingling into a singular, resonant echo, that what remains hidden may, in fact, possess a sanctity far greater than what is openly revealed. For nearly 2 millennia, the enigmatic missing years of Jesus have persistently captivated and challenged the intellectual faculties of scholars, theologians, and spiritual seekers alike. These diligent individuals have meticulously sifted through fragmented scraps of evidence, fervently hoping to assemble them into a cohesive and comprehensive narrative. Yet, despite their tireless efforts, the intricate puzzle stubbornly resists a definitive solution. The various pieces do exist, scattered across apocryphal gospels, embellished medieval legends, ephemeral oral traditions, and faint archaeological whispers. However, when scholars endeavor to interlock these disparate fragments, the complete picture persistently fails to coalesce into a clear, unified image. A prominent school of thought emphasizes the historical silence itself. Proponents of this view contend that the very absence of concrete evidence serves as compelling proof that Jesus most likely lived a quiet, unremarkable life in Nazareth, diligently working as a carpenter and attracting no significant attention until his pivotal baptism by John the Baptist. In this particular perspective, the missing years are not mysterious at all, but rather utterly mundane, their profound silence simply reflecting an existence too ordinary to warrant detailed historical record. For these scholars, to entertain elaborate theories of travels to India, Britain, or other distant lands is to indulge in mere myth-making and fantastical speculation. The unequivocal answer to the puzzle, they assert, is simply that there is no genuine puzzle to begin with. Others, however, point to intriguing clues that actively resist such simplistic interpretations. They highlight the sudden, undeniable authority with which Jesus began to teach, the striking universality of his parables, and the profound resonance of his sayings with wisdom traditions found far beyond the specific cultural confines of Judea. They suggest that such extraordinary depth and breadth of understanding could not possibly emerge in complete isolation. It must, they argue, reflect exposure to broader, more expansive currents of thought and spiritual traditions. Consequently, in this view, the missing years transform into a tantalizingly blank canvas upon which to project a myriad of possibilities. Perhaps rigorous Essene training, immersion in ancient Egyptian mysteries, engagement with profound Indian philosophies, or participation in the cosmopolitan intellectual exchanges that flourished along the legendary Silk Road. Still others advocate for a more nuanced, middle ground approach. They propose that Jesus did not necessarily need to undertake extensive journeys to encounter the wisdom of the wider world. Galilee itself, strategically situated at the confluence of major trade routes, inherently exposed him to a rich tapestry of foreign voices, diverse ideas, and varied cultural perspectives. A young man who listened intently, who observed diligently, could have absorbed the world's profound diversity without ever physically departing from his humble home. From this vantage point, the perplexing puzzle is resolved not by conjecturing distant, epic journeys, but by understanding his deep, local immersion within a vibrant crossroads of converging cultures. And then there are those who vehemently argue that the silence is entirely deliberate, asserting that the Gospels intentionally conceal far more than they overtly reveal. They propose that early church leaders may have been privy to stories concerning Jesus' formative years, but consciously opted against preserving them, fearing potential confusion among the faithful or divisive controversy. For these scholars, therefore, the true enigma lies not in a mere absence of information, but rather in a calculated act of suppression, a hidden history meticulously veiled from public knowledge. Each of these distinct perspectives boasts its own dedicated advocates, and each carries a certain intellectual weight. Yet none can lay claim to absolute finality. The available evidence is simply too scant, too fragmented, and often too contradictory to yield a definitive conclusion. The puzzle, consequently, remains unsolved, perhaps inherently unsolvable, and perhaps that is its most profound and authentic form. Not a problem demanding a definitive completion, but rather a profound mystery inviting endless contemplation. Imagine a dedicated scholar at his desk late into the night, surrounded by towering piles of ancient books and fragile manuscripts. Candles flicker, casting dancing shadows, and the parchment crackles softly beneath his probing fingers. He meticulously cross-references disparate fragments, painstakingly compares various translations, and diligently notes striking parallels between the recorded sayings of Jesus and the profound pronouncements of distant sages. His mind strains, struggling to fit the elusive pieces together. But the coherent picture persistently eludes his grasp, slipping away like sand through his fingers. The profound silence existing between the fragments of information is, paradoxically, more resonant and impactful than the fragments themselves. For the listener, this arduous scholarly struggle is in itself an integral and compelling part of the overarching narrative than the fragments themselves could ever convey. For the attentive listener, this meticulous and often arduous scholarly struggle to bridge the gaps in the historical narrative is, in itself, an integral and compelling part of the overarching story. This enduring challenge strikingly demonstrates how an inherent sense of mystery can persist, unwavering, even when subjected to the most intense and illuminating scrutiny of rational inquiry. The intricate conundrum of Jesus' unrecorded adolescent and early adult years has resolutely resisted every concerted attempt to solve its enigmatic nature, serving as a profound and persistent reminder that the vast tapestry of history is woven with threads far more complex than mere mathematical equations, and that the deeply personal and spiritual essence of faith cannot be simplistically reduced to a rigid, linear chronology of events. The lacunae in the historical record remain stubbornly present, silently unyielding and seemingly immovable, and perhaps in this very resistance lies their profound significance. This particular puzzle does not appear to demand a definitive resolution, but rather invites humanity to learn to coexist with its unanswered questions. It calls for an acceptance that what is currently missing from our understanding may, in fact, continue to elude our grasp. To fully recognize this persistent silence is, ultimately, to embrace a valuable lesson in intellectual and spiritual humility. Consequently, the intricate academic puzzle confronting scholars transforms from a potential pathway to absolute certainty into a poignant reminder of inherent limitations. It underscores the profound truth that some pivotal chapters of human history are not meticulously inscribed with the precision of ink on parchment, but are instead indelibly etched within the realm of the unexplained and the truly mysterious. As one closes one's eyes, a mental image might form of those scattered, disparate fragments of information resting upon a polished table. No matter how diligently they are arranged or rearranged, they never quite coalesce into a perfectly coherent whole, refusing to interlock seamlessly. Yet, when considered collectively, they powerfully suggest the existence of something far greater and more profound than the mere sum of their individual components. They softly whisper of a narrative that transcends the confines of spoken or written words, hinting at years that remain shrouded in secrecy, yet possess an undeniable, potent influence, of a profound silence that paradoxically continues to articulate volumes. To entertain the notion that Jesus might have journeyed beyond the familiar boundaries of Judea, potentially acquiring knowledge from foreign sages or assimilating profound wisdom from diverse philosophical and spiritual traditions, is to tentatively approach a theological frontier. This particular boundary has been meticulously and vigilantly safeguarded by numerous influential factions within the Christian Church for an extended and considerable period, reflecting its sensitive nature. Orthodoxy, in its foundational tenets, steadfastly insists upon Christ's absolute uniqueness. The unwavering belief that Jesus' profound teachings originated not from an amalgamation or cross-pollination of various cultural currents, but solely from an unparalleled act of divine revelation. To concede any significant influence from ancient Egypt, distant India, or the expansive Persian Empire would be to subtly imply that his inherent authority was not entirely transcendent and purely divine, but rather, in some measure, human. Such an admission would suggest that his wisdom was partly derived from earthly encounters, selectively borrowed from human teachers, and ultimately shaped by the very temporal world he had ostensibly come to redeem from its imperfections. For many centuries, such unconventional suggestions were invariably met with profound suspicion and outright condemnation. The ecclesiastical councils tasked with defining and canonizing the sacred texts and doctrines consistently emphasized the paramount importance of unity and doctrinal purity, diligently striving to shield the nascent faith from perceived heresies and spiritual delusion. Jesus was to be unequivocally revered as the Son of God, a singularly divine figure, not merely a wandering seeker who meticulously pieced together disparate fragments of truth gleaned from various foreign lands. To assert otherwise was to risk fundamentally unraveling the delicate and foundational fabric of deeply held belief. Thus, the conspicuous silence of the canonical Gospels regarding these formative years proved immensely advantageous for the preservation of orthodoxy. By deliberately leaving these 18 years blank, the sacred narrative effectively preserved an aura of profound mystery, without inadvertently inviting speculative questions that possess the potential to irrevocably fracture the unity of faith and sow seeds of doubt among believers. Yet, despite the official narrative's omissions, subtle hints and intriguing suggestions persisted. These included the existence of apocryphal Gospels, the intriguing legends of Isa within various Eastern traditions, and the tantalizing whispers of hidden, unacknowledged manuscripts. All these elements collectively tugged at the protective veil of secrecy, suggesting with persistent subtlety that perhaps the missing years contained far more than mere holy obscurity or an uneventful passage of time. Scholars who possessed the intellectual courage to explore such provocative possibilities often found themselves swiftly branded as heretics, their meticulously researched works unequivocally condemned, and their dissenting voices effectively silenced by ecclesiastical authorities. Orthodoxy, in its unyielding demand for doctrinal integrity, required absolute certainty. Any form of speculative inquiry was deemed far too perilous to the stability of the established faith. Even in contemporary times, the proposition that Jesus' profound teachings might exhibit striking parallels with or even reflect Eastern philosophies continues to deeply unsettle a significant number of devout believers. For some, to draw comparisons between his poignant sayings and the tenets of Buddhist compassion or the concepts of Hindu unity is perceived as an act that diminishes his unique divinity and undermines his unparalleled spiritual authority. Nevertheless, for a growing segment of spiritual seekers, such perceived parallels, far from weakening the narrative, actually serve to deepen the profound mystery surrounding Christ's life and message. They compellingly suggest that divine truth itself may be far more expansive and all-encompassing than any single religious tradition can fully encapsulate, and that Christ's wisdom could resonate so universally, precisely, because it harmonized with fundamental truths already softly whispered in a multitude of diverse languages and spiritual expressions across the globe. This inherent tension between rigid orthodoxy and intellectual openness largely defines the ongoing discourse and scholarly conversation surrounding Jesus' lost years. To the steadfast guardians of established tradition, the silence surrounding this period must remain inviolable, a sacred mystery preserved without any external intrusion or speculative inquiry. Conversely, to adventurous seekers and contemplative mystics, this very silence is perceived not as an empty void, but as an explicit invitation, a door deliberately left ajar, beckoning them towards profound exploration and deeper understanding. Each opposing side harbors legitimate fears concerning the potential consequences of the other's approach. One faction profoundly fears the fragmentation and eventual dilution of established faith, envisioning a loss of foundational certainties. The other, however, equally fears the stagnation of wonder and the suppression of intellectual curiosity, believing that an unexamined faith risks becoming rigid and lifeless. One might vividly imagine an early council of bishops, convened in candlelit halls, earnestly debating which sacred stories and narratives were worthy of preservation for future generations. On a central table, a fragile scroll perhaps lies, purportedly describing Jesus undertaking studies in distant foreign lands. Some voices within the council might earnestly advocate for its inclusion, emphasizing how such a narrative would portray a Christ deeply engaged with and learning from the wider world. Other voices, however, would shake their heads in stern disapproval, issuing grave warnings that such tales would only serve to confuse the faithful, subtly suggesting that salvation might not be purely divine in its origin. In the end, the controversial scroll is quietly set aside, destined to gradually fade into the oblivion of silence, its contents unacknowledged. Orthodoxy, in this pivotal moment, triumphs not by providing comprehensive answers to challenging questions, but rather by effectively ensuring that certain potentially unsettling inquiries remain unspoken and unaddressed within the official narrative. And yet, despite such deliberate omissions, the fundamental questions surrounding these missing years stubbornly endure. They persistently resurface in every successive generation, manifesting in every intrepid scholar who dares to pose them, and in every discerning listener who perceives subtle echoes of Eastern wisdom woven into the profound words spoken in Galilee. Orthodoxy may diligently guard the boundaries of this silence, but it cannot eradicate the innate human longing for a more complete understanding. The lost years thus remain a quiet yet persistent challenge, continuously pressing against the carefully constructed boundaries of historical and theological certainty. The profound interplay of faith and doubt, the intricate dance between cherished tradition and boundless imagination, the crucial imperative of preservation versus the compelling urge for exploration. All these fundamental human experiences converge and find their pivotal meeting point within the enigmatic silence of those 18 unrecorded years. The profound challenge posed to orthodoxy by these missing years extends far beyond mere historical revisionism. At its very core, it is a fundamental inquiry into the manner in which humanity confronts the vast expanse of the unknown. Do we choose to hermetically seal the door, thereby preserving the comforting integrity of the mystery as it stands? Or do we bravely open it, willingly embracing the inherent risk of being profoundly transformed by whatever new insights might emerge? As the night deepens, one might once again visualize this pervasive silence, not as an empty void, but as a space powerfully charged, humming with a multitude of unresolved questions that simply refuse to be quelled. Orthodoxy has meticulously attempted to hold this silence in a static, unchanging state. Yet, much like the unrestrainable wind, it continues its subtle movement, softly whispering and persistently inviting deeper contemplation. Perhaps the ultimate challenge is not to rupture or diminish faith, but rather to cultivate an environment where both faith and mystery can harmoniously coexist and truly breathe together. When the profound silence surrounding Jesus' lost years is reinterpreted not as a mere absence of information, but rather as a period of intense and deliberate formation, a compellingly new and enriched picture begins to emerge. This perspective suggests that those hidden years may have constituted a unique kind of curriculum, a prolonged and quiet education meticulously preparing him for the monumental mission that lay ahead. This was not an education solely derived from the study of ancient scrolls and structured classroom instruction, but rather one steeped in the deeper, more experiential lessons of life itself. These invaluable lessons were likely imparted by the diverse people he encountered, the varied landscapes he traversed, and the quiet, reflective passage of time itself. Some revered traditions, steeped in ancient lore, vividly imagine him diligently learning from venerable sages, profound mystics, and esteemed priests in distant, exotic lands. Other narratives, however, envision him deeply rooted in his hometown of Nazareth, his character profoundly shaped by the predictable rhythms of family life and the diligent demands of daily labor. Regardless of the specific imaginative framework, the lost years, in either interpretation, transform into a profound school of hidden wisdom, a period during which the quintessential teacher of eternity was himself, paradoxically, a dedicated student. His later parables, characterized by their deceptive simplicity yet profound depth, unmistakably carry the weighty resonance of lived experience, as if every vivid image and poignant metaphor had been silently absorbed and intimately understood long before it was ever articulated. Consider, for instance, how frequently his profound words draw inspiration directly from the natural world. The carefree birds of the air, the exquisite lilies of the field, the tiny mustard seed that remarkably grows into a sheltering haven for many. Such evocative images are clearly not acquired from the dusty pages of scrolls. They are meticulously gathered from countless hours of patient observation, of deliberate and profound noticing. The hidden years, therefore, may well have been thoroughly imbued with such attentive noticing, serving as an intensive training in perceiving the divine essence embedded within the seemingly ordinary aspects of existence. Furthermore, there exists the subtle yet profoundly impactful hidden curriculum of diligent work. The craft of carpentry, for instance, inherently demands an unwavering sense of patience, meticulous precision, and enduring stamina. It imparts invaluable lessons concerning the inherent strength of various materials, the undeniable value of steady and skilled hands, and the critical necessity of constructing foundations that are designed to withstand the test of time. Later, when Jesus eloquently spoke of yokes made easy to bear or houses built securely upon solid rock, he was perhaps not merely reaching for abstract metaphors, but rather drawing directly from the tangible wellspring of his own lived memory. His profound spiritual authority was, in part, inextricably shaped by the rigorous discipline of physical labor. And then, there is the undeniable curriculum of suffering. Life in the region of Galilee during that era was by no means devoid of significant hardship. Pervasive poverty, the oppressive reality of Roman occupation, and widespread social unrest collectively exerted immense pressure on the fabric of daily existence. If Jesus indeed lived quietly among his own people, he would have undoubtedly witnessed injustice firsthand, profoundly felt the pervasive struggles of the impoverished, and intimately shared in the heavy burdens of ordinary human existence. Later, when he powerfully proclaimed good news specifically for the poor, promised freedom for the oppressed, and offered solace for the weary, his potent words carried not merely abstract theoretical concepts, but rather the profound resonance of deeply lived and embodied compassion. To conceptualize the lost years in this transformative manner is to perceive them not as blank, empty pages in the historical record, but rather as a period of intensive, hidden preparation. The very silence itself becomes an integral part of the overarching lesson. That genuine wisdom is not invariably imparted through grand spectacle or overt display, but frequently cultivated through patient endurance, diligent labor, and profound attention to detail. This hidden curriculum meticulously formed not only the eloquent words he would later speak, but fundamentally shaped his entire way of being grounded in reality, profoundly compassionate, and exquisitely attuned to both the tangible earth and the boundless eternal. Imagine him sitting peacefully at the edge of a sun-drenched field, quietly observing a farmer scattering precious seed across the fertile soil. Imagine him meticulously repairing a broken wooden yoke, his hands steady and adept, his mind fully attentive to the task at hand. Imagine him listening with quiet empathy to the profound grief of his neighbors, to the unrestrained laughter of carefree children, to the earnest debates of elders within the hallowed walls of the synagogue. These countless, seemingly mundane moments may never have been formally recorded in any scripture, but they undoubtedly became an intrinsic part of his developing character. They subtly shaped the distinctive voice that would one day summon disciples, and nurtured the expansive heart that would ultimately embrace an entire world. Our own personal hidden years, those periods characterized by patient waiting, by relative obscurity, or by the diligent performance of ordinary, unheralded work, may likewise constitute a vital part of an unseen curriculum. The periods of silence in our individual lives may not be empty voids, but profoundly formative experiences, subtly shaping us in ways we are not yet fully capable of perceiving. The missing years of Jesus serve as a poignant reminder that the most profound and impactful preparations often unfold entirely unnoticed, hidden in plain sight, patiently awaiting their divinely appointed time for revelation. Close your eyes once more and vividly picture the humble workshop, the serene hillside, the bustling market square. None of these settings appear inherently extraordinary or remarkable. Yet, within the quiet rhythm of these ordinary days, a hidden curriculum steadily unfolds, meticulously weaving together intricate threads of patience, profound compassion, and enduring wisdom. When Jesus at last stepped into the vibrant arena of public life, he carried within his very being the invaluable lessons gleaned from extended periods of silence, the resilient strength forged through diligent labor, and a unique vision born from observing the world with remarkably unguarded and deeply perceptive eyes. The missing years, therefore, may be interpreted less as an intractable riddle demanding a solution, and more as a profound reminder that even silence itself can serve as an eloquent teacher, and that seasons of hidden, unacknowledged growth possess the power to prepare us for encountering truths far greater and more expansive than we could ever possibly imagine. The profound silence surrounding Jesus' lost years has consistently provided an expansive canvas for human imagination to flourish. And within this fertile, unwritten space, diverse civilizations situated far beyond the geographical confines of Judea have boldly claimed to perceive echoes of his enigmatic presence within their own historical narratives and spiritual traditions. In the vast and ancient land of India, rich oral traditions speak of a revered holy man arriving from the distant West, remembered affectionately as Isa, who purportedly studied diligently among local sages before eventually returning to his homeland. In the mystical land of Persia, tantalizing fragments of ancient lore suggest the passage of a profound traveler whose teachings resonated deeply with the intricate Zoroastrian dualities of light and darkness. Even in the verdant landscapes of Britain, medieval legends recount the captivating tale of a young Jesus journeying with Joseph of Arimathea, his youthful footsteps touching the sacred green hills of Glastonbury. Indeed, ancient narratives recount the venerable figure of Joseph of Arimathea, whose legendary journey supposedly led him to the verdant, rolling hills of Glastonbury, weaving a tapestry of sacred history into the very landscape of Britain. For contemporary audiences, such captivating accounts might readily appear as mere flights of fancy, products of an imaginative past. Nevertheless, they subtly unveil a more profound truth, an inherent, pervasive human yearning to intrinsically link the earthly sojourn of Jesus Christ with the rich, diverse cultural patrimony of numerous global territories. Every distinct civilization, upon perceiving the resonant echoes of his profound influence reverberating throughout history, often entertains the compelling notion that he might have, at some point, trodden upon their ancestral ground, and that their indigenous philosophical insights perhaps contributed significantly to the formation of his spiritual trajectory. The profound historical lacuna encompassing those undocumented years of his life functions metaphorically as an expansive, resonant chamber, thereby dramatically amplifying the intriguing potential for shared intellectual and spiritual origins. Upon a meticulous comparative analysis of his subsequent doctrinal pronouncements against the venerable wisdom traditions originating from disparate global cultures, striking and undeniable congruities invariably manifest. For instance, his poignant injunctions concerning profound humility find a distinct reverberation in the ancient Buddhist exhortations to relinquish the egoic self, promoting a detachment from individualistic desires. Similarly, his foundational imperative to genuinely cherish and regard one's fellow human beings as kin harmoniously aligns with the deeply ingrained Confucian principles of societal equilibrium and interpersonal accord. Furthermore, his evocative conceptualization of the intrinsic divine essence residing within each individual soul startlingly reflects the profound Hindu philosophical tenets regarding the everlasting, immanent Atman, or eternal soul. The pivotal question then arises, were these remarkable resemblances the direct consequence of actual historical interactions and exchanges? Or did they emerge organically as fundamental truths independently discovered and articulated across diverse human civilizations? The historical void, unfortunately, yields no definitive elucidation, presenting only the alluring and captivating prospect of an interwoven spiritual lineage. What remains unequivocally evident, however, is the intrinsic universality embedded within Jesus' seminal message, a quality that enabled its profound reception and comprehension across a multitude of linguistic frameworks, myriad cultural landscapes, and countless historical epochs. It is conceivable that this inherent resonance explains the pervasive reverberations of his spiritual presence observed across numerous civilizations, not necessarily due to his literal physical peregrinations to these distant locales, but rather because his profound pronouncements naturally coalesced and harmonized with sagacity and ethical frameworks already deeply embedded within those societies. This phenomenon is akin to a precisely struck musical chord on one string of an instrument, which subsequently induces a sympathetic vibration in another distinct string. Thus, his influential voice served to ignite and amplify ancient, fundamental truths wherever they had taken root and flourished. Nevertheless, an alternative, equally compelling hypothesis merits consideration: that these widespread echoes signify something far more substantial than mere serendipitous coincidence. It is plausible that the annals of history, though often fragmentary, retain subtle, almost imperceptible vestiges of profound encounters that, in our present era, elude definitive empirical substantiation. During that epoch, extensive caravans traversed vast continental expanses, facilitating not only the exchange of material commodities, but also the dissemination of rich oral traditions and narratives. Furthermore, individuals dedicated to the pursuit of enlightenment and profound wisdom frequently undertook arduous journeys across considerable distances in their earnest quest for ultimate verity. Within such an interconnected global tapestry, it is hardly inconceivable that the youthful Jesus might have embarked on travels extending far beyond the geographical confines explicitly delineated within the canonical Gospels, thereby inadvertently scattering faint whispers that over time gradually transmuted into enduring legends. Envision for a moment the youthful figure traversing an interminable winding thoroughfare, fine particles of ochre dust billowing gently beneath his sandaled feet, while majestic mountain ranges majestically punctuate the distant horizon. All around him, a cacophony of unfamiliar foreign dialects and languages filled the ambient air. Perhaps a venerable sage, a local spiritual guide, momentarily halts his own journey to acknowledge the young traveler, extending a profound word of counsel, an insightful parable, or even a prophetic vision. The earnest young seeker, with an attentive demeanor, absorbs these invaluable offerings, internalizes their essence, and subsequently continues his arduous journey. Later, in a completely different geographical locale, those individuals fortunate enough to have encountered him might recall not his specific appellation, but rather the indelible impression of his compelling presence, the penetrating nature of his inquiries, and the inherent, understated gravitas of his authority. Across the inexorable march of centuries, such vivid personal recollections would inevitably evolve into mythic narratives, and these legends, in turn, would distill into the enduring, subtle echoes that persist to this day. These resonating echoes, therefore, constitute an integral component of the profound symphony of this historical enigma. They serve as a powerful mnemonic, impressing upon us the fundamental understanding that truth, in its quintessential form, is not spatially delimited by geographical boundaries, nor is sagacity constrained by cultural particularities. Rather, it transcends such artificial divisions. Moreover, they underscore the paradoxical notion that silence itself possesses the remarkable capacity to convey profound meaning and resonant sound, as much as it signifies mere absence. Whether Jesus genuinely traversed the ancient lands of India, the sprawling empire of Persia, or the distant shores of Britain, remains an elusive historical certainty, perhaps forever beyond definitive ascertainment. However, the pervasive echoes discernible. Let us, for a moment, engage in a contemplative exercise. Close one's eyes and vividly conjure the intricate cartography of the ancient world. Observe the myriad lines of bustling commerce and devout pilgrimage that intricately crisscross vast, arid deserts, expansive, tumultuous seas, and towering, formidable mountain ranges. Along these well-trodden conduits, a multitude of voices traversed, some undeniably human, others imbued with a discernible divine resonance. Among these unseen travelers, it is entirely plausible that a young man once journeyed. His transient footsteps, leaving no discernible historical record, yet whose profound, lingering echoes persist to this very day. Perpetually carried across the tapestry of civilizations, like an ethereal whisper resonating throughout the corridors of time. What profound insights do the historically undocumented years of Jesus' life impart to us, if not the invaluable, often overlooked lesson inherent in the concept of obscurity? For a significant span of nearly 2 decades within his earthly existence, the historical annals remain entirely mute, devoid of any substantive chronicles. During this prolonged interval, no miraculous deeds are meticulously catalogued. No seminal sermons are painstakingly transcribed. And no extensive journeys are explicitly delineated. There exists only a profound, pervasive silence, extending across 18 pivotal years, metaphorically akin to a secluded, verdant valley nestled imperceptibly between 2 distinct, towering peaks of recorded historical events. And yet, paradoxically, it is precisely within this profound veil of obscurity that one might uncover the most resilient and enduring forms of wisdom. Authentic greatness, it is often observed, frequently blossoms and matures in unnoticed environments, far from the glare of public scrutiny, much like the humble seed, which assiduously extends its intricate root system deep into the nurturing soil long before its tender leaves manage to breach the earth's surface and greet the sun, or majestic rivers that meticulously carve intricate subterranean channels beneath the terrestrial crust prior to their powerful emergence into the daylight. So too might the formative years of Jesus' life have quietly unfolded. A period of intensive, hidden spiritual and intellectual development, meticulously preparing the ground for his eventual, sudden, and transformative public revelation. The canonical Gospels, in their narrative structure, transition abruptly from the depiction of Jesus as a child prodigy in the temple to his momentous baptism as an adult, thereby leaving a significant chronological chasm that prompts profound contemplation regarding the events transpiring in that expansive, quiet interlude. The resolution to this historical lacuna, it is suggested, might be remarkably straightforward. He was simply existing patiently biding his time, profoundly internalizing experiences, and undergoing a process of unseen yet profound spiritual maturation. Obscurity, far from denoting a state of existential void or unimportance, represents, in essence, the gradual, unhurried accretion of inner fortitude, the painstaking and patient sculpting of one's fundamental character, and the serene, contemplative absorption of the multifaceted world around oneself. Within the sheltered confines of anonymity, a developing soul acquires invaluable virtues such as unwavering endurance, profound humility, and expansive compassion. These are not lessons that can be precipitously accelerated or effectively imparted amidst the grandiosity of public spectacle. Rather, they are cultivated exclusively within the unnoticed quotidian hours of an ordinary, unassuming existence. Consequently, when Jesus ultimately stepped into the hallowed waters of the River Jordan, he bore with him not merely the nascent seeds of divine revelation, but also the rich, ripened harvest cultivated over numerous years, spent in profound, introspective silence. Similarly, our own personal hidden years, those extended periods within our individual lives during which seemingly nothing extraordinary or overtly significant appears to transpire, may in fact constitute crucial seasons of profound, albeit concealed, preparation. Epochs of obscurity are by no means squandered. Instead, they are actively molding and refining our inner selves in subtle, often imperceptible ways. When the definitive moment of our unique calling or purpose eventually manifests, we too might, with a sudden clarity, come to realize that these previously unacknowledged hidden years have providentially endowed us with precisely the essential qualities, skills, and resilience required to meet that challenge. The profound obscurity characterizing Jesus' formative years also eloquently articulates a fundamental aspect of divine humility. If indeed the Son of God genuinely inhabited a state of relative silence and anonymity for an extensive period spanning nearly 2 decades, then the very condition of obscurity itself is thereby profoundly sanctified and elevated. In this light, to remain unnoticed is not to be construed as a failing, nor is there any inherent ignominy in being concealed from public view. Rather, the seemingly ordinary is imbued with a sacred quality, and that which remains unrecorded in historical texts becomes intrinsically precious. A deity who deliberately embraced such a prolonged period of obscurity implicitly chose, through this act, to unequivocally affirm the intrinsic worth and inherent dignity of every single human life lived beyond the illuminating, often biased, glare of history's spotlight. Let us once more vividly conjure the ancient town of Nazareth, its tranquil, unassuming thoroughfares, its humble, unpretentious dwellings, its fertile fields, and its bustling workshops. Envision a young man, undistinguished in appearance, traversing these familiar locales day after day, diligently engaging in labor, attentively listening to the rhythms of life, and assiduously acquiring knowledge. No contemporary chronicler meticulously documented his utterances. No observer conspicuously marked the passage of his days. Yet it was precisely within that profound obscurity that the world's most influential and eternally resonant voice was undergoing a meticulous and transformative preparation. Should your personal existence presently feel sequestered, should your daily routines appear unremarkable and devoid of grand events, it is imperative to recall that obscurity does not equate to non-existence or a lack of significance. Rather, it functions as a profound classroom for cultivating unwavering patience, a rigorous crucible for forging inner strength, and a deeply concealed wellspring of profound wisdom. The conspicuous silence within the Gospels regarding these formative years may, in fact, be interpreted less as an unfortunate narrative lacuna, and more as a profound, albeit unconventional gift. A poignant reminder that obscurity itself possesses its own inherent, understated holiness and spiritual profundity. In a final reflective exercise, close your eyes and contemplate these historically hidden years, not as an intricate enigma demanding an immediate solution, but rather as an invaluable lesson to be humbly assimilated. This profound instruction teaches us that authentic greatness frequently germinates and flourishes in environments of serene silence, that the seemingly unnoticed elements of existence possess intrinsic importance, that the most impactful and transformative lives are often meticulously prepared within the veiled confines of obscurity, and that, paradoxically, it is sometimes the very chapters that are absent or unrecorded that most profoundly define and shape the overarching narrative. The profound and lingering silence surrounding Jesus' historically undocumented years transcends mere intellectual curiosity. It fundamentally reconfigures the very parameters through which faith itself is comprehended and experienced. For adherents, the canonical Gospels are not merely dispassionate historical chronicles. Rather, they function as sacred testimonies deliberately crafted to unveil a transcendental truth that extends far beyond the strictures of empirical history. Notwithstanding this, the significant lacuna spanning 18 years serves as a poignant reminder that the edifice of faith is not constructed upon an exhaustive compendium of minute historical details, but rather upon an unwavering trust in that which has been divinely ordained to persist and endure. This very absence, in its essence, constitutes a profound crucible for faith, challenging believers to ascertain whether they possess the capacity to embrace and integrate mystery as an intrinsic, hallowed component of the sacred narrative. Should the hypothesis prove accurate that Jesus genuinely undertook extensive journeys to distant geographical regions, assiduously assimilating sagacity and spiritual insights from diverse global traditions, then the very scope of faith undergoes a profound expansion. It enables believers to perceive God's intricate work and divine providence seamlessly interwoven throughout a multiplicity of cultures, rather than being narrowly circumscribed within the confines of a single, exclusive tradition. In this expansive view, the divine message transforms from a solitary, isolated note into a rich, multifaceted harmony, reverberating with profound resonance across the entire spectrum of human civilizations. Such an enlarged perspective possesses the capacity to significantly deepen one's reverence and spiritual awe, unequivocally demonstrating that God's truth is not inherently restricted or exclusive, but rather inherently universal and inclusive. However, it concurrently introduces an element of intellectual disquiet, for it inevitably blurs the traditionally rigid boundaries and theological distinctions that established religious traditions have long meticulously upheld. Conversely, should the alternative scenario hold true, that Jesus instead lived a remarkably quiet and unassuming existence within Nazareth, veiled in profound obscurity, then faith is confronted with a distinct, yet equally significant, set of challenges. This perspective compels us to embrace the belief that the Son of God, in his earthly incarnation, resided for several decades as an ostensibly ordinary human being, largely unnoticed and entirely uncelebrated by the wider world. It posits that divinity itself can profoundly permeate the mundane aspects of daily existence, and that an intrinsic holiness can manifest, often discreetly, beneath the unassuming guise of an ordinary life. This particular vision profoundly sanctifies the quotidian, serving as a powerful reminder to believers that the sacred is not exclusively discernible in grand, overt miracles, but is equally palpable within the quietude of silence, the dignity of labor, and the virtue of patient endurance. Furthermore, if the absence of records concerning these missing years was not merely accidental, but rather the result of a deliberate act of concealment, then faith is confronted with an even more incisive and penetrating question. Can the ecclesiastical institution, with its inherent human fallibilities, its historical choices, and its strategic silences, still be reliably entrusted with the sacred guardianship and transmission of divine truth? For certain individuals, this unsettling possibility inevitably corrodes their fundamental confidence and trust. Yet, for others, paradoxically, it serves to sharpen and fortify their conviction, imparting the profound lesson that the quintessential essence of the divine message cannot be definitively confined or monopolized by any singular human institution, but possesses an inherent resilience that enables it to endure and transcend even deliberate suppression. Each distinct possibility, therefore, carries with it its own unique set of profound implications, each inherently contributing to a nuanced reshaping of one's spiritual faith. To embrace these various conjectures is by no means to relinquish or abandon one's core beliefs. Rather, it is to permit one's faith to evolve into a more adaptable, more capacious, and ultimately more receptive posture towards the profound mysteries of the unknown. In this transformed state, faith becomes less preoccupied with dogmatic certainty and more deeply rooted in unwavering trust. It shifts from a desire for intellectual possession of truth to an abiding sense of profound wonder and spiritual awe. Consequently, authentic faith has no compelling reason to recoil in apprehension from the profound silence that envelops the historically lost years. Instead, it possesses the capacity to wholeheartedly embrace this mystery as an intrinsic, enriching component of its very fabric, serving as a potent reminder that the ultimate truth transcends the limitations of mere linguistic expression and extends far beyond the confines of recorded history. True faith thrives not by meticulously resolving every perplexing riddle or historical ambiguity, but rather by resolutely progressing forward, even when the metaphorical path ahead appears indistinct and shrouded in obscurity. Envision, if you will, a solitary lantern steadfastly carried through the impenetrable darkness of night. Its luminous glow, while not entirely dispelling the encompassing gloom, nonetheless illuminates the immediate path forward, guiding each successive step. In precisely analogous fashion, faith navigates its course through the profound realms of mystery. The historically missing years may indeed remain perpetually unseen and unrecorded, yet the illuminating radiance of their multifaceted implications continues, nonetheless, to offer profound guidance. Regardless of whether these lacunae conceal extensive journeys or profound periods of silence, deliberate suppression, or humble obscurity, they collectively serve as a powerful testament, reminding us that the comprehensive narrative of Jesus is not solely confined to the written words upon ancient parchment. Rather, it finds its ultimate completion and enduring resonance within the very heart of faith, a sacred space where mystery itself transcends its enigmatic nature and becomes profoundly holy. In a final moment of introspection, close your eyes and permit that metaphorical lantern to cast its gentle internal glow within the innermost recesses of your being. This inner luminescence does not purport to offer a definitive explanation for the historical silence, but it profoundly renders that silence endurable and comprehensible. It serves as a potent reminder that the essence of faith is not predicated upon absolute certainty or exhaustive knowledge, but rather upon an unwavering, profound trust in that which eternally endures. Even amidst the unavoidable incompleteness and inherent gaps within historical documentation. Ultimately, subsequent to the exhaustive culmination of all diligent inquiry, all speculative conjecture, and all meticulous tracing of ancient legends and scriptural texts, one singular, immutable reality persistently prevails: a profound and abiding silence. The historically undocumented years of Jesus' life regrettably remain lost to the annals of definitive record, and it is entirely plausible that they shall forever retain this enigmatic status. The canonical Gospels, in their authoritative narratives, conspicuously leave these periods as blank spaces, inviting endless contemplation. Esteemed scholars engage in perpetual, fervent debate concerning their potential content and significance. Meanwhile, imaginative storytellers skillfully interweave them into captivating narratives of extensive travel and profound wonder. Yet, the definitive truth, if such a truth could ever be precisely articulated and permanently inscribed upon a page, definitively remains unuttered and beyond explicit historical confirmation. Much that might readily be inscribed upon a tangible page to be preserved for the ages ultimately persists as an unarticulated void. This profound quietude, however, is far from vacuous. It has compellingly magnetized the collective imagination across countless eras, drawing spiritual seekers, enigmatic figures, scholarly researchers, and visionary individuals into its potent sphere. These unrecorded periods serve as a poignant reminder that historical narratives are inherently incomplete, and that lives of profound spiritual significance transcend the mere confines of written documentation. Indeed, that which is left unsaid frequently wields an influence as potent as that which is explicitly articulated. The very lacuna, the absence itself, intrinsically weaves into the fabric of the overarching narrative, profoundly shaping the manner in which audiences apprehend, contemplate, and ultimately place their credence. Consequently, these elusive intervals function less as a mere void and more as a reflective surface, an enigmatic looking-glass. Successive generations invariably project onto these unrecorded spans their deepest aspirations, perhaps envisioning a sagacious instructor forging connections between Orient and Occident, or conceiving a modest artisan whose diligent toil consecrates an unassuming existence, or even imagining a reclusive spiritual adept meticulously shielded by an impenetrable veil of clandestine operations. This profound stillness pliantly conforms to human inquiry, serving to reverberate back not definitive answers, but rather the profound echoes of an enduring human longing. Nevertheless, an understated yet profound sagacity inheres in preserving this quietude, allowing it to remain undisturbed. Were every minute particularity known, were each passing year meticulously documented, the inherent enigma would inevitably dissipate. These unrecorded periods impart a crucial lesson. They instruct humanity in coexisting with uncertainty, fostering an acceptance of faith not as a tangible acquisition, but rather as an act of profound reliance. Furthermore, they impress upon observers the timeless truth that even amidst the lacunae, a profound sense of purpose perpetually endures. One might readily envision concluding a compelling literary work, only to discover, with a sudden jolt, that its most pivotal chapter is conspicuously absent. Initially, such a discovery might evoke disquiet, yet a subsequent realization dawns. This very absence fundamentally alters the interpretive lens through which one perceives the entire text. The reader is compelled to dwell thoughtfully upon the extant prose. One diligently scrutinizes the unspoken pauses interspersing the written lines. The cognitive faculty is thereby liberated, permitted to roam freely and explore speculative pathways. This significant void, therefore, ceases to be a mere omission, transforming instead into an integral component of the narrative, actively molding its essence from its innermost core. An analogous dynamic precisely characterizes the biographical account of Jesus. For those present as listeners this evening, a culminating reflection persists. The profound truth suggests that that which remains unarticulated and veiled in mystery can possess a sanctity equivalent to that which is explicitly declared. The encompassing quietude surrounding these vanished years should not be construed as an imperfection. Rather, it stands as a deliberate characteristic, serving to impress upon us that fundamental truths frequently lie concealed within ambiguous recesses, patiently awaiting diligent inquiry, yet rarely yielding to absolute comprehension. These concealed segments of time thus extend an earnest invitation, an enticement to cultivate profound awe, to embark upon a quest for deeper understanding, and ultimately, to find solace within the embrace of the inexplicable. One is encouraged to gently close their eyes, permitting the enveloping quietude to gradually permeate their immediate surroundings. This is not a barren stillness indicative of void, but rather a profound quietude brimming with layers of meaning and palpable emanation of presence, and a repository of concealed verities that, while profoundly significant, remain tantalizingly just beyond full apprehension. Within the vast expanse of that contemplative quietude, it is conceivable that the untold narrative of 18 specific years might reside. Yet an alternative proposition suggests this chronicle was never destined for explicit revelation. Perchance its inherent purpose was perpetually to subsist within the realm of the enigmatic, serving as a guiding beacon not through absolute certitude, but rather through the profound and captivating allure of sheer astonishment and intellectual curiosity. The fundamental impetus for human existence, it can be observed, emanates not from the rigid confines of absolute certainty, but rather from the boundless and captivating realm of wonder. This perspective suggests that the true essence of our journey through life is not anchored by an unwavering adherence to established facts or immutable truths, nor is it defined by the comfort of predetermined outcomes. Instead, the profound and enduring vitality of the human spirit finds its most potent expression in an insatiable curiosity, a compelling awe, and a deep-seated fascination with the unknown. It is this perpetual inclination towards discovery, this profound appreciation for the magnificent mysteries that continuously unfold, which truly propels our understanding and shapes our experience, far more than any deceptive solace offered by definitive, unassailable conclusions.